Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Have you ever wondered why some people seem unshaken by life's storms, while others crumble at the first sign of trouble? The secret lies in an ancient philosophy that has stood the test of time: Stoicism. Inspired by the teachings of Epictetus, Stoicism offers practical wisdom to remain unaffected by external chaos. Today, we're diving into 12 Stoic principles that can help you cultivate inner peace and resilience. Let's embark on this journey with a curious mind and an open heart, ready to transform our lives from within. Power of acceptance. Imagine you're stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Your heart races and frustration builds. Now pause. What if, instead of fuming, you accepted the situation calmly? By recognizing your emotions and understanding the problem, you can redirect your energy toward finding solutions. Perhaps you use the time to practice deep breathing or plan your next steps. Acceptance doesn't mean giving up. It means choosing a response that leads to positive action. When we embrace the power of acceptance, we unlock a pathway to inner peace and effective problem solving. Acceptance is a fundamental Stoic principle. Epictetus, a former slave turned philosopher, taught that while we cannot control external events, we can control our reactions to them. This mindset shift allows us to maintain our composure and focus on what we can influence. Consider Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison under harsh conditions. Instead of succumbing to bitterness, he accepted his situation and used his time to strengthen his resolve and vision for a united South Africa. His acceptance and resilience transformed him into a global symbol of peace and forgiveness, living according to nature. Picture a tree in the forest. It doesn't struggle against the wind or resist the changing seasons. It grows in harmony with its environment, finding strength and purpose in its natural state. We, too, can find a meaningful life by living in harmony with nature. This means understanding and accepting our limitations, finding peace in simplicity, and aligning our lives with our true essence. By embracing the natural flow of life, we can cultivate a sense of contentment and purpose, much like the tree that stands tall through all seasons. Living according to nature involves recognizing and respecting the natural order of the world and our place within it. This principle encourages us to live authentically, embracing our true selves without pretension or resistance. Consider the life of Henry David Thoreau, who spent 2 years living simply in a cabin near Walden Pond. Thoreau's experiment in simple living and self-sufficiency was an effort to reconnect with nature and understand life's essentials, reflecting the Stoic ideal of living according to nature. Mind control. Consider a skilled surfer riding the waves. They don't control the ocean, but masterfully navigate their board with discipline and focus. Similarly, controlling our thoughts and reactions is crucial for inner peace. It's about cultivating self-discipline and staying present. When faced with a challenging situation, instead of being swept away by emotions, take a moment to breathe and center yourself. By mastering your mind, you can navigate life's waves with grace and stability, maintaining peace even amidst turmoil. Epictetus emphasized that while external events are beyond our control, our thoughts and responses are within our power. This mastery of the mind enables us to maintain equanimity regardless of external circumstances. Take the story of Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor. In his book, Man's Search for Meaning, Frankl describes how he found mental strength by focusing on his inner life and purpose. Even in the horrific conditions of a concentration camp, his ability to control his mind and find meaning in suffering exemplifies this Stoic principle. Overcoming fear and dishonor. Think about a time when you felt embarrassed or fearful. Often, it's not the event itself, but the meaning we assign to it that causes distress. By focusing on self-improvement and inner peace, rather than seeking external validation, we can overcome these feelings. For instance, if you stumble during a presentation, view it as a learning opportunity rather than a personal failure. Shift your perspective to see every challenge as a step towards growth. By doing so, fear and dishonor lose their power over you. Stoicism teaches that fear and dishonor are products of our judgments. By changing our perceptions and focusing on our internal values rather than external opinions, we can overcome these negative emotions. Consider Eleanor Roosevelt, who transformed her initial shyness and fear of public speaking into a strength. Through dedication and self-improvement, she became a powerful advocate for human rights and a respected public figure. Her journey illustrates how overcoming fear and dishonor can lead to significant personal growth and impact. Exercising restraint. Imagine holding a cup of hot coffee. If you grip it too tightly, you risk spilling it. Similarly, exercising restraint in our emotions and actions leads to inner peace and strength. Recognize your emotions, but pause before reacting. Respond mindfully, considering the consequences. This practice not only prevents unnecessary conflicts, but also helps you build stronger relationships, like holding that coffee cup gently yet firmly. Practicing restraint allows you to navigate life situations with balance and grace. Exercising restraint or temperance is about moderating our impulses and desires to maintain inner harmony and avoid unnecessary turmoil. Mahatma Gandhi practiced restraint through his commitment to nonviolence and civil disobedience. Even when faced with aggression and injustice, Gandhi maintained a disciplined and restrained approach, which ultimately led to India's independence and inspired movements for civil rights and freedom across the world. Firm purposes. Think of a lighthouse standing tall against a storm. It's a beacon of guidance and strength. In life, having firm purposes acts like that lighthouse. Challenges will come, but a strong sense of purpose helps you navigate through them. Reflect deeply to define your goals and values. Stay committed to these, even when faced with adversity. Your firm purposes will act as your guiding light, helping you to remain steadfast and resilient, no matter the circumstances. Having firm purposes provides direction and resilience in the face of challenges. It helps us stay focused on our goals and values, regardless of external pressures. Martin Luther King Jr.'s unwavering commitment to civil rights and social justice exemplifies having firm purposes. Despite facing significant opposition, threats, and personal sacrifices, his steadfast dedication to his cause inspired profound social change and left an enduring legacy. Response to criticism. Imagine being in a crowded room with voices all around. Among the noise, a friend offers constructive feedback. How do you respond? The key is to control your reactions to others' opinions. Understand your motivations and develop patience. If someone criticizes you, see it as an opportunity to learn and grow rather than a personal attack. This mindset allows you to respond with gentleness and composure, turning criticism into a tool for self-improvement. Stoicism teaches us to view criticism as a means for self-improvement rather than a personal affront. By controlling our reactions, we can use feedback constructively. Abraham Lincoln faced harsh criticism throughout his presidency, particularly during the Civil War. Instead of reacting defensively, he often listened carefully and used constructive criticism to guide his decisions. His ability to respond thoughtfully to criticism contributed to his effectiveness as a leader. Anticipating obstacles. Think of a seasoned traveler packing for a journey. They anticipate weather changes, roadblocks, and detours. Similarly, in life, preparing for potential difficulties helps us face them calmly. Envision challenges you might encounter and plan accordingly. Balance your emotions with logic to stay prepared. By anticipating obstacles, you can approach them with a clear mind and a steady heart, much like a traveler ready for any adventure. Anticipating obstacles, or premeditatio malorum, is a Stoic practice that involves preparing mentally for potential challenges. This foresight helps us remain composed and ready to handle adversity. Consider the approach of NASA engineers during the Apollo 13 mission. When an oxygen tank exploded, they were able to calmly and effectively solve the life-threatening problem because they had anticipated potential issues and prepared for various contingencies. Their foresight and preparation saved the lives of the astronauts and ensured the mission's safe return. Dealing with insults. Recall a time when someone's words stung. It's not the insult itself, but our perception of it that causes pain. Use these moments for reflection and growth. For example, if someone calls you lazy, instead of reacting defensively, consider whether there's any truth to it. Use it as a chance to improve yourself. By viewing insults as opportunities for self-betterment, you transform negative experiences into powerful catalysts for personal growth. Dealing with insults involves reframing our perspective and using the experience for self-improvement rather than letting it harm our self-esteem. Oprah Winfrey faced numerous insults and criticisms early in her career, particularly regarding her background and appearance. Instead of letting these comments undermine her, she used them as motivation to improve herself and build a media empire. Her resilience and ability to grow from criticism have made her one of the most influential figures in media. Choosing your response. Imagine holding a remote control to your emotions. You have the power to choose your response to criticism. When faced with negative feedback, recognize your emotions, but don't let them control you. Seek inner strength and practice forgiveness. By consciously choosing your response, you maintain your peace and integrity. This power of choice ensures that you remain in control of your reactions, no matter the external circumstances. Choosing your response is about maintaining control over your reactions and emotions, ensuring that you act in alignment with your values and principles. Malala Yousafzai, after being shot by the Taliban for advocating girls' education, chose to respond with forgiveness and continued her activism. Her choice to promote peace and education, rather than succumbing to fear and anger, has made her a powerful voice for human rights and earned her the Nobel Peace Prize. Gratitude. Picture a jar you fill with pebbles, each representing something you're grateful for. Over time, the jar overflows, symbolizing a heart full of gratitude. Focusing on what you have, rather than what you lack, helps maintain a positive outlook and inner peace. Practice daily gratitude to strengthen your mental resilience. By regularly acknowledging the good in your life, you create a foundation of positivity that can withstand any challenge. Gratitude is a powerful practice that fosters a positive mindset and resilience. By focusing on the good in our lives, we can maintain inner peace and joy. Dick Vujicic, born without arms and legs, practices gratitude despite his physical challenges. He focuses on what he can do rather than what he lacks, inspiring millions with his motivational speeches and positive outlook. His life demonstrates how gratitude can lead to a fulfilling and impactful existence. Self-reflection. Envision a quiet moment at the end of your day, a time set aside just for you. Regular self-reflection promotes personal growth and understanding. Reflect on your thoughts, actions, and emotions. Identify areas for improvement and celebrate your progress. This practice not only enhances self-awareness but also fosters continuous growth. By making self-reflection a daily habit, you nurture a deeper understanding of yourself and your journey. Self-reflection is a key Stoic practice that involves regularly examining our thoughts, actions, and motives to foster personal growth and self-awareness. Benjamin Franklin practiced daily self-reflection, recording his successes and failures in a journal. He assessed his progress toward living by his 13 virtues, continually striving for self-improvement. This habit of self-reflection contributed significantly to his personal and professional achievements. In summary, Stoicism, as taught by Epictetus, emphasizes the power of our reactions, preparation for challenges, and living in harmony with our true nature. By applying these principles, we cultivate resilience, inner peace, and a meaningful life, unaffected by external turbulence. Engage with the Stoic community to share experiences and continue growing together, transforming your life with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Have you ever wondered why some of the wisest and most resilient individuals in history seem to hold a certain enigmatic aura? What secrets did the Stoics, those ancient sages, guard so closely that allowed them to live with such profound tranquility and strength? In a world where oversharing has become the norm, the wisdom of Stoicism offers a refreshing counterpoint, teaching us that sometimes the most powerful path to inner peace and personal growth lies in what we choose to keep private. Welcome to this exploration of 15 subjects the Stoics believed should be held close to the chest. These timeless principles not only protect our inner world from external judgment, but also cultivate a deeper, more resilient self. As we journey through these teachings, you'll discover how guarding certain aspects of your life can lead to greater wisdom, serenity, and authenticity. Stay with us until the end to uncover how these ancient insights can transform your modern life, guiding you to a path of true fulfillment and inner strength. Number 1, personal relationships. In the realm of personal relationships, discretion is a virtue that the Stoics cherish deeply. Sharing intimate details about our relationships can lead to misunderstandings and judgments from others, which in turn can weaken the bonds we hold dear and cause unnecessary conflicts. The Stoics understood that relationships are sacred spaces where trust and mutual respect flourish. By broadcasting our personal affairs, we invite external opinions that may not always be rooted in understanding or empathy. Consider a tender plant growing in a secluded garden. It thrives in privacy, shielded from harsh weather and prying eyes. Similarly, personal relationships blossom when nurtured away from the public gaze. The Stoics believed that true growth in relationships comes from within, from the silent and steady nurturing of love and respect. External validation or commentary can often distort our perception, making us question the very foundation of our bonds. In a world where sharing every aspect of our lives has become the norm, the Stoic approach urges us to take a step back, reflect on the sanctity of your relationships. Protect them as you would protect your most cherished possession. Silence in this context is not secrecy, but a shield that guards the purity of your bonds. It is an act of wisdom to choose discretion over disclosure, to cherish the moments of connection without the interference of the outside world. By keeping our personal relationships private, we preserve their integrity and strength. We allow them to flourish naturally, without the pressure of external judgments. This Stoic wisdom reminds us that the most profound connections are often those that are nurtured in silence, away from the public eye. In this way, we honor the depth and significance of our relationships, ensuring they remain resilient and enduring. Number 2, unlearned lessons. Mistakes are universal. We all encounter failures along our journey. However, how we respond to these failures truly defines our character. The Stoics saw these moments not as reasons for despair, but as opportunities for revelation and growth. In our contemporary society, there is often pressure to project an image of perfection, showcasing our triumphs while hiding our defeats. Yet the Stoic approach teaches us a different way, to embrace our mistakes as maps for self-development. By choosing to keep unlearned lessons private, the Stoics were not evading their responsibilities or hiding from their failures. Instead, they were engaging in a deep and intimate process of reflection. Each failure was not seen as an end, but as a beginning, a new chapter in the ongoing quest for virtue and wisdom. Like an artist who turns a mistake into a crucial part of their work, the Stoics turned their failures into foundations for growth. In a world where oversharing and overexposure are common, the Stoic stance reminds us of the value of introspection and the dignity of silence. By not publicly sharing every misstep, we allow ourselves the space to understand and internalize the lessons. This private reflection fosters a more profound personal growth as we learn to navigate our lives with greater wisdom and resilience. Embracing this Stoic principle means recognizing the power of silent self-improvement. It is an acknowledgement that true strength lies not in the absence of failure, but in our ability to learn and grow from it. By keeping our unlearned lessons private, we protect the sacred process of personal transformation, allowing ourselves to emerge wiser and more virtuous. Number 3, good deeds. True kindness, according to the Stoics, should be like a gentle candle that silently illuminates a dark room. It warms and lights up everything around it without seeking recognition or applause. In a world driven by self-promotion and public validation, the Stoic perspective on good deeds is a refreshing reminder of genuine altruism. The Stoics believed that the essence of kindness lies in its quiet and subtle nature. Acts of compassion and generosity should stem from a sincere desire to do good, not from a need for external validation. By broadcasting our good deeds, we risk turning them into spectacles, seeking the fleeting warmth of applause rather than the enduring glow of true benevolence. Keeping our good deeds cloaked in anonymity provides us with a sacred moment of reflection and pause. It allows us to question whether our actions were motivated by genuine compassion or a desire for praise. This introspective analysis becomes a catalyst for personal improvement, guiding us towards more authentic and selfless acts of kindness. The Stoic wisdom envelops us with its essence, reminding us that often the greatest acts of kindness are those offered without expecting anything in return. By keeping our good deeds private, we cultivate a deeper connection with our values and principles. We learn to act out of pure intent, fostering a sense of inner tranquility and fulfillment. In embracing this Stoic principle, we recognize that true kindness does not seek the spotlight. It manifests in quiet, authentic gestures that enrich our lives and the lives of others. This timeless wisdom encourages us to be guardians of our own integrity, performing acts of compassion with humility and grace. Number 4, deepest dreams. Imagine holding a rare and delicate seed in the palm of your hand, representing your most intimate dreams and aspirations. How would you protect it from the harsh winds and storms that could prevent it from sprouting? The Stoics, with their profound wisdom, saw our goals and dreams as these precious seeds, destined to be planted in the fertile depths of our souls, far from the storms of others' opinions and criticisms. Exposing our dreams to the world too early can be detrimental. The cold of skepticism or the heat of ridicule can extinguish the flame of a dream prematurely. The Stoics celebrated self-sufficiency as an invaluable gem. True wisdom and accomplishment are not chalices to be displayed, but internal wells from which one can always draw strength and purpose. Choosing silence about our grand goals is not an act of shyness, but a deliberate choice to walk with humility, avoiding the pride that sometimes blinds us. The Stoic legacy speaks to the heart, teaching us that there's no need to shout our dreams from mountaintops. Instead, we should protect them, cultivate them, and watch them flourish in their silent and majestic glory. This safeguard is an invitation to rediscover the strength that resides within us. It reminds us that at times, the most precious treasures are those we keep just for ourselves. By keeping our deepest dreams private, we allow them to develop at their own pace, free from external interference. This Stoic wisdom encourages us to nurture our aspirations in a safe environment, ensuring their growth and fulfillment. Number 5, next steps. Picture a chess master moving their pieces silently while their opponents attempt to decipher their next moves. This is the path of the Stoics. They understood that by revealing every move in their lives, they could be subject to the whimsical winds of external judgment, often laden with criticism, envy, and even malicious intentions. At the heart of Stoic philosophy lies the virtue of self-sufficiency. Why depend on the fleeting applause of an audience when true strength resides in the inner theater of the mind? By keeping their life strategies to themselves, the Stoics were not simply concealing their plans, but strengthening their inner core of confidence, independent of the tides of opinion that flow around them. This leads us to humility, a subtle yet profound quality that the Stoics fervently upheld. Revealing grand strategies could easily be interpreted as a cry of arrogance, a triumphant announcement of superiority. By choosing discretion, they struck a balance between ambition and humility, ensuring that their steps were steady but not presumptuous. The Stoic tradition presents us with a rich perspective on the value of secrecy. It teaches us that protecting our goals is more than just a strategy. It is a way to fortify our being, to honor our self-sufficiency, and to walk with humility in a world where external validation seems to be the currency. The Stoics invite us to look inward, find our internal compass, and tread our own path with confidence and wisdom. Number 6, criticizing others. Criticizing others is like throwing stones into a calm lake, creating ripples that disturb the serenity of the water. The Stoics understood that engaging in judgments and criticisms was a diversion from their own internal mirror, wasting precious energy on matters beyond their sphere of influence. Instead of pointing fingers, the Stoics chose to extend a hand, guiding themselves with empathy and compassion. They recognized that every person is a universe filled with internal and external battles, joys and sorrows, victories and defeats. Criticizing another person would be a failure to acknowledge the richness and complexity of the human condition. The Stoics realized that criticism, instead of building bridges, often erected walls, leading to discord and separation rather than peace and harmony. Stoic wisdom sends us a clear and timeless message. We must be guardians of our words and thoughts. Instead of focusing on the faults of others, let's turn our gaze to our own reflection, seeking growth and virtue within ourselves. In a world where criticism is easily launched, Stoic teachings inspire us to embrace understanding, acceptance, and kindness. By choosing to refrain from criticizing others, we foster a culture of empathy and respect. We cast stones of empathy into the lake of humanity, appreciating the waves of positivity they generate. This approach not only enhances our own tranquility, but also contributes to a more harmonious and compassionate world. Number 7, the doubts and uncertainties. Picture yourself in a vast forest where each tree represents a doubt and each shadow an uncertainty. Instead of shouting your hesitation to the world, you choose silent introspection, seeking answers within your own soul. This is the path of the Stoics. At the core of Stoic philosophy is the recognition that confidence isn't a flag to be waved in front of the world, but an inner beacon that guides our way. Constantly revealing our doubts to the world is like exposing a lighthouse to a torrential rain. It can silently extinguish the light of our inner strength. The Stoics believed that true confidence is found in the quiet chambers of the heart and mind. By bearing all uncertainties, we can strip the soul of its dignity and solidity, making us vulnerable to the shifting opinions and judgments of others. Therefore, always choose when and with whom you will share your vulnerabilities. While many seek answers in the clamor of the external world, the Stoics understood the importance of silence and introspection. They believe that often the answers to the deepest questions resonate in the quiet chambers of the heart and mind. By harboring certain uncertainties, we cultivate deeper reflection and a more intimate connection with our essence. In summary, Stoic wisdom whispers precious advice amidst the storms of doubt. There's no need to shout your uncertainties to the world. By embracing silence, modesty, and introspection, we find a safe route through the forest of uncertainties, guided by the internal beacon of our confidence and understanding. Number 8, health issues. Health is a deeply personal and often delicate matter. Sharing health problems can sometimes draw unwanted sympathy or concern, which may not always be beneficial. The Stoics, ever wise in their approach to life, understood the importance of managing health issues privately, allowing for a more focused and resilient approach to overcoming challenges. In the Stoic view, health is a part of the natural ebb and flow of life, subject to the same principles of acceptance and equanimity that apply to all other aspects of existence. By keeping health matters private, we avoid the pitfalls of public pity or misguided advice, which can distract from the true task at hand. Maintaining a balanced and composed mind while addressing physical ailments. Consider the metaphor of a tree weathering a storm. It bends and sways, but remains rooted and resilient. Similarly, managing health issues privately allows us to maintain our inner strength and focus. It fosters a sense of self-reliance and determination, qualities that are crucial in navigating the trials of illness. Furthermore, the Stoics believed that true resilience is built in the quiet, steadfast handling of adversity. By not sharing every detail of our health struggles, we preserve our energy and direct it towards healing and self-improvement. This approach cultivates a mindset of inner fortitude and tranquility, enabling us to face health challenges with grace and dignity. In embracing this Stoic principle, we learn to view health issues as opportunities for personal growth and reflection. We develop a deeper understanding of our bodies and minds, fostering a harmonious balance that supports overall well-being. This Stoic wisdom reminds us that true strength lies in our ability to face life's challenges with quiet resilience and unwavering composure. Number 9, financial status. Discussing one's financial situation, whether it is wealth or lack thereof, can incite envy or pity, neither of which are conducive to personal tranquility. The Stoics, who valued inner peace above all else, understood that financial matters should be managed quietly and with discretion to maintain a balanced and content life. In the Stoic perspective, true wealth is not measured by the accumulation of material possessions, but by the richness of one's character and the tranquility of one's soul. Broadcasting our financial status can lead to unnecessary comparisons and judgments, which distract us from cultivating inner virtue and contentment. It can also create unrealistic expectations or pressures, both from ourselves and from others. By keeping financial matters private, we avoid the traps of envy and pride. We focus instead on what truly matters, living a life of purpose and integrity. Financial ups and downs are a natural part of life's journey, and the Stoics teach us to approach them with equanimity without attaching our self-worth to external measures of success or failure. Consider the metaphor of a calm lake. Its surface may be ruffled by the wind, but its depths remain serene and undisturbed. Similarly, by maintaining discretion about our financial status, we cultivate an inner calm that is resilient to the changing tides of fortune. We learn to find satisfaction in simplicity and to appreciate the deeper, non-material aspects of life. This Stoic wisdom encourages us to focus on what we can control: our attitudes, our actions, and our inner state. By managing our financial status privately, we uphold the values of humility, prudence, and contentment, ensuring that our lives are guided by principles rather than possessions. Number 10, achievements. Displaying external triumphs can nurture ego and pride, diverting focus from true inner growth. The Stoics believed that true fulfillment was not found in public accolades, but in the quiet pursuit of wisdom and virtue. Every achievement, according to Stoic philosophy, should be an internal milestone, celebrated within rather than flaunted without. Imagine diving into the depths of your own soul. For the Stoics, the pursuit of wisdom and virtue resembled this profound journey. They believed that true fulfillment wasn't in displaying external triumphs, but in introspection and continuous evolution. Every challenge, every struggle was fought not in public arenas, but in the silent landscapes of the spirit. Discussing victories publicly can foster ego and vanity, which can become barriers to true virtue. The Stoics taught that obsession with external recognition ties us to chains of pride, trapping us in the empty pursuit of fleeting applause. This path is filled with disappointment, as external accolades are temporary and often beyond our control. However, the Stoics offered a precious teaching. True achievement isn't the one that stops to be admired, but the one that silently transforms the community, nurturing noble values like justice, compassion, and wisdom. Wealth for these ancient sages wasn't accumulated in vaults, but in the depths of a balanced and serene soul. Instead of celebrating triumphs or withering in defeat, the Stoics embraced a quiet acceptance of all the whims of life. They invited us to recognize that the dance of existence is orchestrated by melodies often beyond our control. In this remarkable silence, we find a deliberate choice, a commitment to genuine greatness. By keeping our achievements private, we focus on living with integrity and dedicating ourselves to the collective good. The legacy of the Stoics teaches us that humility, sincerity, and the ceaseless pursuit of wisdom are the true pillars of a life worth living. Number 11, resentment. Have you ever felt trapped in a web of emotions, where each thread is a bitter memory, a grudge that refuses to fade? The timeless wisdom of Stoicism invites us to reflect deeply on the invisible weight of resentment. To these ancient philosophers, harboring resentment was like an anchor, preventing the spirit from sailing freely through the seas of life. The Stoics believed that resentment is an invisible chain that binds us, limiting our freedom and inner peace. It is fascinating to realize that often resentment springs from misunderstanding and can imprison us in a cycle of bitterness. The Stoics encouraged us to seek the origins of others' actions, to understand before we judge. Forgiveness, then, is not just an altruistic gesture, but an act of profound wisdom that unravels the mysteries of the human soul and frees us from the chains of negativity. Anger and resentment are sentient poisons, flames that, when fed, consume our tranquility and well-being. On the other hand, by choosing the path of forgiveness and understanding, we find an oasis of serenity and peace. Guided by Stoic wisdom, we are reminded of a universal truth. Forgiveness is the key to our own freedom. It is a beacon that guides us through emotional storms and offers us refuge in the harbor of serenity. By embracing this lesson, we discover that at times the greatest strength lies in letting go, in freeing ourselves from the chains of the past and sailing toward a horizon of understanding and peace. Number 12, moments of solitude. While many seek to fill every second with stimuli and interactions, the Stoics found strength in quietude. They didn't view solitude as a void to be filled, but as a sanctuary where the mind could dance freely, unshackled by the opinions of others. Contrary to what many may think, the Stoics did not shun solitude. They embraced it as a time for deep reflection and connection with their inner universe. In their moments of retreat, the Stoics did not feel isolated, but connected to a rich inner world filled with insights. It was in this stillness that the deepest thoughts arose, unpolluted by external noise. In the current landscape, where validation through social media has become a priority for many, Stoic philosophy invites us to reevaluate these priorities. By moving away from the constant need for exposure, we find a space where our soul can breathe. It is in this deep silence that we discover the melody of our essence, a sound that doesn't need to be shared but only felt in its purity and truth. Moments of solitude become precious opportunities to listen to our inner voice, to understand our deepest desires and fears, and to cultivate a sense of peace and purpose. Embracing solitude as a sacred space for reflection and growth allows us to strengthen our inner resilience. We learn to appreciate the value of silence and the wisdom it brings. This Stoic approach encourages us to find strength in our own company, to be comfortable with ourselves, and to draw upon the profound insights that solitude can offer. Number 13, challenges not overcome. In the Stoic path to wisdom and virtue, every step is filled with meaning. The deviations and stumbling blocks are not mere obstacles. They carve the soul, shape character, and teach about the true nature of grandeur. For the Stoics, it wasn't the visible triumph that counted, but the internal battles, often invisible, that determined a person's inner strength. However, the Stoics advised against speaking about challenges not overcome. The answer lies in their astute perception of human nature. They believed that ego and pride could cloud our vision, making us blind to true virtue. The relentless pursuit of external recognition and praise could indeed be a veil that hides our true potential. The Stoics didn't value achievements that could be easily displayed as trophies. They sought true glory in acts that elevated humanity, acts rooted in values like justice, generosity, and wisdom. Real wealth for them wasn't in the shine of gold, but in the radiance of a morally upright character and a tranquil soul. The philosophy of loving fate, or immortality, was fundamental to this understanding. The Stoics didn't despair in the face of adversity. Instead, they balanced the taste of victory and defeat with equanimity, aware that the tapestry of life is woven with threads of circumstances often beyond our control. By keeping our struggles private, we allow ourselves the space to process and grow from them without the pressure of external judgment. Number 14, deepest plans. The understanding that there's no need to shout your plans to the world is a powerful weapon. The Stoics understood something that many of us forget. Discretion is not a weakness, but a strength. For them, every plan or goal was like a delicate seed that needed to be nurtured with care and protection. By avoiding the premature exposure of these plans, they ensured that they had the ideal environment to grow and flourish, away from the storms of doubt, envy, or public scrutiny. Today, in an age of overexposure where every move is documented and shared, Stoic philosophy invites us to rethink how we handle our ambitions. It shows us that true power often resides in what is kept secret, not because we are evasive, but because we recognize the importance of nurturing our dreams in a safe environment. Silence for the Stoics was not empty. It was full of potential, possibilities, and hope. It was the fertile ground where their dreams could grow undisturbed. Amidst the chaos of our modern era, we can find inspiration in these ancient sages. By protecting our deepest plans, we allow them to develop at their own pace, free from interference. This Stoic wisdom teaches us that true magic lies not in what we declare to the world, but in what we quietly achieve in the recesses of our determination. It is an invitation to cultivate patience and resilience, to trust in the natural unfolding of our ambitions, and to find strength in the silence that protects our most cherished dreams. Number 15, personal beliefs and values. While it is important to have strong personal beliefs and values, constantly discussing them can lead to conflicts and alienation. The Stoics believed that living by example is more powerful than proclaiming one's beliefs loudly. Our personal values are like a compass that guides our actions and decisions, shaping our character and the way we interact with the world. When we share our beliefs too openly, we risk turning them into subjects of debate and contention rather than sources of personal strength and guidance. The Stoics taught that true conviction does not need external validation. It stands firm in the quiet confidence of one's own heart and mind. By living our values rather than broadcasting them, we demonstrate the principles we hold dear through our actions and behavior. This approach fosters a sense of inner peace and stability, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with clarity and purpose. It also encourages respect and understanding in our interactions with others, as we refrain from imposing our beliefs on those around us. Instead, we create an environment where diverse perspectives can coexist harmoniously, enriching our collective experience. In a world where beliefs and values are often shouted from every platform, the Stoic wisdom of quiet conviction serves as a powerful reminder. By keeping our personal beliefs private, we honor the sacredness of our inner compass, allowing it to guide us with unwavering strength and integrity. This Stoic principle encourages us to focus on living our values authentically, inspiring others through our example rather than our words. As we've journeyed through the wisdom of the Stoics, it becomes clear that guarding certain aspects of our lives isn't about secrecy. It's about nurturing our deepest values and aspirations in a sanctuary free from external noise. By keeping these 15 subjects private, we cultivate a space where our inner strength can grow undisturbed, leading to a life of greater wisdom, tranquility, and resilience. Imagine a life where your achievements, dreams, and challenges are protected and cherished, allowing you to evolve into the best version of yourself. This is the timeless gift that Stoic philosophy offers, a path to profound personal growth and unshakable inner peace. If you found value in these insights and are inspired to apply them to your own life, I invite you to like this video and subscribe to our channel. By joining our community, you'll continue to receive powerful wisdom and practical guidance to navigate life's complexities with grace and strength. Share your thoughts in the comments below and let us know which of these Stoic principles resonated most with you. Together, let's cultivate a life of deeper meaning and enduring fulfillment. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more enlightening content from our channel. Remember, true wisdom often lies in the quiet places we protect within ourselves. Imagine waking up each morning with a profound sense of purpose, navigating life's challenges with unshakable resilience, and finding peace amidst chaos. What if the secret to such a life lies in the wisdom of a Roman emperor? Marcus Aurelius, one of the most revered Stoic philosophers, left behind timeless advice that has guided individuals through centuries. His insights, carved out of his meditations during the twilight of the Roman Empire, hold the key to a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. In the hustle and bustle of our modern world, we often lose sight of the principles that can ground us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom offers a beacon of light, reminding us of what truly matters. Each piece of advice is a gem, crafted to help us live with greater clarity, purpose, and inner peace. Join me as we delve into 12 powerful lessons from Marcus Aurelius, lessons that can transform your life. From embracing adversity to practicing mindfulness, these principles will equip you with the tools to face any challenge and thrive in every aspect of your life. Let's embark on this journey of Stoic wisdom and uncover the profound impact it can have on our daily lives. Number 1, live in accordance with nature. Imagine the tranquility of a river flowing effortlessly through the landscape, or a tree growing steadily towards the sky. This harmony with nature is what Marcus Aurelius urges us to emulate in our own lives. To live in accordance with nature means to accept the natural flow of events, understanding that everything happens for a reason. It is about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and aligning our actions with the greater order of the universe. By resisting this natural order, we invite unnecessary suffering. When we fight against what is, we create turmoil within ourselves. Instead, we should strive to understand our place in the world and work in harmony with it. This doesn't mean passivity, rather it calls for active participation in life with a deep sense of acceptance and purpose. Embrace the events of your life, both good and bad, as necessary parts of your journey. Accepting the ebb and flow of life brings a sense of peace and resilience. It allows you to respond to challenges with grace and to appreciate the beauty of existence in all its forms. By living in accordance with nature, you cultivate inner tranquility and wisdom, navigating life with a steady and calm mind. Number 2, control your perceptions. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. These words from Marcus Aurelius remind us that our perceptions shape our reality. It is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. To live a Stoic life is to master the art of controlling our perceptions. When faced with adversity, our initial reaction is often emotional and impulsive. We allow our judgments to cloud our vision, leading to unnecessary distress. Instead, we should strive to pause, reflect, and see things as they truly are. This practice helps in maintaining a clear and objective mind, free from the turmoil of unfounded fears and anxieties. Imagine a stormy sea. If you're tossed around by every wave, you will never find peace. But if you learn to navigate through the storm, you will find calm, even amidst chaos. Similarly, by controlling your perceptions, you remain centered regardless of external circumstances. You become the master of your mind, capable of choosing responses that align with wisdom and virtue. Remember, your mind is a powerful tool. Use it to shape a reality that reflects calmness, strength, and resilience. By controlling your perceptions, you reclaim your power and move through life with grace and fortitude. Number 3, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being fully present in the moment. It is about engaging with the here and now without being distracted by the past or the future. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of this practice, urging us to focus on what we are doing and give it our full attention. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in a whirlwind of thoughts and activities. We often find ourselves multitasking, spreading our attention thin and missing out on the richness of the present moment. Mindfulness calls us back to the simplicity and clarity of focusing on one thing at a time. When you're mindful, you bring a deep sense of awareness to your actions. Whether it's a mundane task or a significant endeavor, you approach it with the same level of attention and care. This not only enhances the quality of your work, but also fosters a sense of fulfillment and peace. Consider a craftsman who pours his heart into his creation, fully immersed in the process. His dedication transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. Similarly, by practicing mindfulness, you elevate your daily experiences, finding joy and meaning in each moment. Embrace mindfulness as a way to connect deeply with your life, cultivating a presence that is both serene and powerful. Number 4, accept impermanence. Impermanence is a fundamental truth of life that Marcus Aurelius urges us to accept. Everything in existence, including our own lives, is temporary. This realization can be both sobering and liberating. By accepting impermanence, we reduce our attachment to things and people, and in doing so, we minimize suffering. Imagine holding sand in your hand. The tighter you grasp, the more it slips away. But if you hold it gently, you can appreciate its presence without the fear of losing it. Similarly, by accepting the transient nature of life, you learn to cherish each moment without clinging to it. This acceptance doesn't mean indifference. On the contrary, it deepens your appreciation for the present and the people around you. You become more compassionate, understanding that everyone is on their own unique journey, subject to the same impermanence. You also become more resilient, knowing that challenges and hardships are temporary and will pass. By embracing impermanence, you free yourself from the chains of fear and attachment. You learn to live more fully, appreciating the beauty and fragility of life. This wisdom allows you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace, finding peace in the ever-changing flow of existence. Number 5, be virtuous. At the heart of Marcus Aurelius' philosophy is the cultivation of virtue. Wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are the cornerstones of a good life. These virtues are not just moral guidelines, but practical tools for navigating the complexities of existence. Wisdom involves the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. It is about seeking the truth and making informed decisions. Courage is the strength to face adversity and take action, even when it is difficult. Justice is about treating others fairly and with respect, recognizing the inherent value in every person. Temperance is the practice of self-control, balancing desires and impulses to maintain harmony. Living a virtuous life requires constant effort and reflection. It is a commitment to growth and integrity, striving to align your actions with your highest values. This path is not always easy, but it is profoundly rewarding. Consider the impact of these virtues on your daily life. Wisdom guides your choices. Courage propels you forward. Justice fosters meaningful relationships. And temperance keeps you grounded. By embodying these principles, you become a source of strength and inspiration to others, creating a ripple effect of goodness in the world. Number 6, work for the common good. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that we are all part of a larger community. Our actions have an impact beyond ourselves, and we have a responsibility to contribute to the common good. This sense of duty transcends self-interest, calling us to act with compassion and generosity. Imagine a beehive where each bee works tirelessly not just for its own benefit, but for the survival and prosperity of the entire colony. Similarly, we should strive to support and uplift those around us. This can be through small acts of kindness, volunteering, or simply being a reliable and considerate person. Working for the common good creates a sense of purpose and fulfillment. It connects us to others, fostering a sense of belonging and mutual respect. It also cultivates a sense of humility as we recognize that we are part of something greater than ourselves. By prioritizing the well-being of others, you enrich your own life. You develop deeper relationships, experience the joy of making a difference, and contribute to a more compassionate and just world. Embrace this Stoic principle and let it guide your actions, creating a legacy of goodness that extends far beyond your own life. Number 7, embrace adversity. Adversity is an inevitable part of life, but Marcus Aurelius teaches us to view it as an opportunity for growth. Challenges and obstacles are not merely setbacks, but valuable lessons that strengthen our character and resilience. Consider the process of forging steel. It must endure intense heat and pressure to become strong and durable. Similarly, adversity can forge our inner strength, helping us to develop qualities like patience, perseverance, and wisdom. Each challenge faced and overcome makes us more robust and capable. When confronted with difficulties, it's natural to feel disheartened. But instead of succumbing to despair, we can choose to see adversity as a chance to prove our mettle. This shift in perspective transforms obstacles into stepping stones, leading us to greater heights. Embracing adversity also builds resilience, enabling us to bounce back from setbacks with greater ease. We learn to adapt, to find solutions, and to remain steadfast in our pursuits. This resilience not only benefits us, but also inspires those around us, showing them that strength and growth are possible even in the face of hardship. Adopt a Stoic approach to adversity, viewing it as a teacher and ally. By doing so, you cultivate a mindset of strength and optimism, ready to face life's challenges with courage and grace. Number 8, simplify your life. In a world filled with distractions and complexities, Marcus Aurelius advises us to simplify our lives. This means focusing on what truly matters and eliminating the unnecessary. Simplicity brings clarity, peace, and a deeper sense of fulfillment. Think of a cluttered room. It's hard to find what you need, and the mess creates stress. But when you declutter, everything becomes more accessible and the space feels more serene. Similarly, simplifying your life allows you to concentrate on your core values and goals, reducing stress and enhancing your overall well-being. To simplify, start by identifying what is essential, what brings you joy and purpose, what aligns with your values and long-term aspirations. Focus on these aspects and let go of the rest. This might involve decluttering your physical space, setting boundaries in your relationships, or streamlining your daily routines. Simplicity also means being mindful of how you spend your time and energy. Avoid overcommitting and learn to say no to things that don't serve your higher purpose. This creates space for what truly matters, allowing you to live more intentionally and authentically. By embracing simplicity, you free yourself from the chaos of modern life. You create a life that is rich in meaning, where you can focus on personal growth, relationships, and the pursuit of your true passions. Simplify and discover the profound peace that comes from living a life aligned with your values. Number 9, practice gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful practice that Marcus Aurelius encourages us to cultivate. By regularly reminding ourselves of the things we are grateful for, we shift our focus from what is lacking to what is abundant in our lives. This simple yet profound shift can transform our outlook and enhance our well-being. Imagine starting each day by acknowledging the things you are thankful for. It could be the warmth of the sun, the support of a loved one, or the opportunity to pursue your passions. This practice of gratitude helps you to see the positives, even in challenging times, and fosters a sense of contentment. Gratitude also deepens our connections with others. When we express appreciation, we strengthen our relationships and create a positive ripple effect. People feel valued and recognized, leading to more harmonious and supportive interactions. Moreover, gratitude nurtures resilience. In moments of adversity, focusing on what we are grateful for can provide comfort and perspective. It reminds us of our strengths and the resources we have to overcome difficulties. Incorporate gratitude into your daily routine. Keep a gratitude journal, share your appreciation with others, or simply take a moment each day to reflect on your blessings. By doing so, you cultivate a mindset of abundance and positivity, enriching your life and the lives of those around you. Number 10, maintain self-discipline. Self-discipline is the cornerstone of a Stoic life. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that controlling our impulses and desires is essential for achieving true freedom and living a virtuous life. Self-discipline is not about harsh self-denial, but about making conscious choices that align with our values and long-term goals. Consider the power of self-discipline in shaping your life. It enables you to stay focused on your priorities, resist distractions, and overcome procrastination. It helps you to develop healthy habits, whether it's through regular exercise, mindful eating, or consistent study. These habits build a foundation for a fulfilling and productive life. Self-discipline also enhances your emotional resilience. By learning to control your reactions, you navigate challenges with a calm and steady mind. You become less swayed by fleeting emotions and more anchored in your principles. Imagine a disciplined artist who practices daily, honing their craft with dedication. Their discipline leads to mastery and fulfillment. Similarly, by cultivating self-discipline, you unlock your potential and achieve greater heights in your personal and professional life. Embrace self-discipline as a tool for empowerment. Set clear goals, establish routines, and hold yourself accountable. By doing so, you create a life of purpose and integrity, guided by your highest values and aspirations. Number 11, accept criticism gracefully. Criticism is an inevitable part of life, but how we respond to it can define our growth and character. Marcus Aurelius advises us to accept criticism gracefully, viewing it as a tool for self-improvement rather than a personal attack. When faced with criticism, our initial reaction might be defensiveness or hurt. However, by adopting a Stoic perspective, we can see criticism as an opportunity to learn and grow. It requires humility to acknowledge that we're not perfect and that others can offer valuable insights into our actions and behaviors. Consider the example of a seasoned craftsman. When his work is critiqued, He listens attentively, eager to refine his skills. He understands that constructive feedback is a gift that can help him achieve excellence. Similarly, we should approach criticism with an open mind, discerning its validity and applying it where it can benefit us. Accepting criticism gracefully also strengthens our relationships. It shows that we are willing to listen, learn, and grow, fostering mutual respect and understanding. It demonstrates emotional maturity and a commitment to personal development. Embrace criticism as a path to self-improvement. Listen without judgment. Reflect on the feedback and use it to enhance your growth. By doing so, you cultivate resilience, humility, and a continuous drive towards becoming your best self. Number 12, reflect daily. Daily reflection is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, emphasized by Marcus Aurelius. Taking time each day to reflect on your actions, thoughts, and experiences fosters self-awareness and continuous personal growth. This habit allows you to learn from your experiences and make conscious adjustments to your behavior. Imagine ending each day with a few moments of quiet contemplation. You review your interactions, decisions, and reactions, considering what went well and what could be improved. This practice helps you to identify patterns, recognize achievements, and address areas that need attention. Daily reflection also cultivates a deeper understanding of your values and goals. It keeps you aligned with your principles, ensuring that your actions are in harmony with your true self. This alignment brings a sense of clarity and purpose, guiding you through life's complexities with confidence and wisdom. Consider a gardener who tends to his plants each day, observing their growth and making necessary adjustments. Similarly, through daily reflection, you nurture your inner landscape, fostering a life of integrity and meaning. Make daily reflection a non-negotiable part of your routine. Whether through journaling, meditation, or quiet contemplation, dedicate time to review and learn from your day. This practice will enrich your life, guiding you towards continuous improvement and a deeper connection with your authentic self. As we wrap up our exploration of Marcus Aurelius's timeless wisdom, remember that these principles are not just historical artifacts, they are practical tools for a richer, more resilient life. Embracing adversity, practicing mindfulness, and living in accordance with nature are just a few ways you can transform your daily experiences. If you found value in these insights, imagine the impact they can have when applied consistently. Let Marcus Aurelius's teachings be your guide to navigating life's complexities with grace and strength. Your journey towards a wiser, more fulfilling life begins now.
10. Hidden signs. Your boss doesn't value you, and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever felt invisible at work? You put in hours of effort, exceed expectations, and contribute meaningfully, yet the recognition you hope for never comes. Perhaps your ideas are dismissed, or worse, credited to someone else. This feeling of being overlooked can gnaw at your confidence and make you question your worth. But what if this isn't just a fleeting phase, but a reflection of how your boss truly values you? Recognizing the hidden signs of being undervalued isn't merely about ego or pride. It's about clarity and self-respect. In a Stoic sense, it's about understanding what's within your control. You can't force others to value you, but you can choose to see the signs, reflect on their meaning, and decide how to respond. Ignoring these signals can lead to stagnation, dissatisfaction, and a life where you remain a shadow of your potential. The purpose of this video is simple: to help you identify these hidden signs and take proactive steps toward a more fulfilling career. Each sign we'll explore is a subtle clue, often buried beneath day-to-day interactions, yet significant enough to guide your decisions. Let me offer a disclaimer. Context is vital. People act in ignorance or distraction more often than with malice. Before concluding that your boss doesn't value you, it's wise to pause and reflect. Have an honest conversation if needed, as clear communication can dispel assumptions and misunderstandings. As Marcus Aurelius once said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. With this wisdom in mind, let's examine these signs, not with bitterness, but with clarity and a focus on what truly matters, your growth and well-being. 1. Lack of acknowledgement for your work. Imagine this. You've stayed late, delivered a project ahead of schedule, or resolved a critical issue that saved the company time and money. Yet, when the team gathers, your boss showers praise on others, leaving your contribution unnoticed. Over time, this pattern erodes your confidence and creates a nagging question. Do they even see what I bring to the table? From a Stoic perspective, acknowledgement isn't something we control. Epictetus reminds us, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. However, repeated lack of recognition signals something deeper. If your efforts consistently go unnoticed, it may reflect not your worth, but your boss's priorities, or lack thereof. What can you do? Start by documenting your contributions. When the time is right, calmly present them to your boss in a review or one-on-one meeting. Speak not with frustration, but with confidence. For example, I wanted to highlight some projects I've taken the lead on this quarter and discuss how I can contribute further to the team's success. This approach anchors your worth in tangible evidence and invites collaboration. Remember, acknowledgement is a reflection of others, not a measure of your value. Don't let their neglect diminish your internal sense of accomplishment. Seek workplaces or leaders who align with your contributions, but above all, value yourself first. 2. No opportunities for growth. A stagnant role is a silent threat to your potential. If your boss overlooks you for training sessions, fails to mention promotion opportunities, or hesitates to assign challenging projects, it's a sign they don't see you as part of the bigger picture. Growth is not merely an ambition, it's a necessity for your professional well-being. Seneca advises, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. If your workplace denies you this fundamental right, ask yourself, is this the environment that aligns with my aspirations? To address this, take the initiative. Research growth opportunities within or outside your company. Ask for specific feedback on what skills you should develop to qualify for the next level. A direct conversation like, I'm eager to grow in my role. What steps can I take to better contribute to the team? Shows your dedication and makes your intentions clear. If no path forward emerges, consider whether staying aligns with your goals. Growth comes from environments that challenge and empower you. If this isn't available, moving on may be the most stoic and self-respecting decision you can make. 3. Micromanagement or overbearing oversight. Few things are more suffocating than a boss who constantly hovers over your work. Micromanagement often stems from distrust, which can make even the most capable employee feel inadequate. If your boss rewrites your emails, double-checks every minor detail, or overrides your decisions, it signals they don't trust your expertise. Or worse, they don't want you to shine independently. A Stoic approach reminds us to separate what we can control, our work ethic and attitude, from what we cannot, such as another's insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius noted, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one. To counter micromanagement, focus on building trust. Communicate regularly about your progress and results before they ask. For instance, you might say, here's the status of the project and how I plan to move forward. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like adjusted. This preemptive transparency can ease their fears and allow you more freedom over time. However, if their behavior persists despite your efforts, reflect on whether this is an environment conducive to growth. Being trusted to exercise your skills is essential for professional development. If that's not possible, it may be time to seek a role where your independence is valued. As the Stoics teach, protect your energy and focus on what propels you forward. 4. Exclusion from important meetings or projects. Imagine finding out about a major team decision from a co-worker or being left out of a critical meeting where your expertise would have been valuable. Exclusion from key discussions or projects isn't just frustrating, it's a strong indication that your voice isn't valued. Over time, this marginalization can lead to stagnation, making it difficult to showcase your skills or grow professionally. From a Stoic perspective, this exclusion challenges your sense of belonging, but it's also an opportunity for self-reflection. Marcus Aurelius advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of dwelling on the slight, assess whether your skills and contributions align with the team's goals. Sometimes exclusion stems from oversight rather than intent. To address this, assertively yet respectfully, make your desire to contribute known. For example, you could say, "I noticed I wasn't included in the recent project planning session. I'd love to offer my insights and support next time." This demonstrates initiative without accusation. If exclusion persists despite your efforts, reflect on the workplace culture. A team that consistently sidelines you may not value your input, or worse, may not align with your growth goals. Your talents deserve a platform where they can thrive, and sometimes that means seeking opportunities elsewhere. 5. Unclear or vague feedback. Imagine receiving the same generic feedback in every review. "You're doing fine. Keep it up." While it might seem harmless, vague or non-existent feedback leaves you in the dark about your performance. How can you improve, excel, or align with expectations if you're never told where you stand? A lack of clarity signals indifference, a dangerous barrier to your growth. As Stoics, we value self-awareness and reflection. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Constructive feedback is vital in this process, as it provides the mirror we need to see ourselves clearly. If your boss is unclear, take the initiative. Request specific feedback with questions like, "What aspects of my work are most valuable to the team, and where can I improve?" Framing the conversation positively shows that you're invested in growth and not merely fishing for validation. However, if clarity remains elusive, document your achievements and assess your performance independently. Seek input from trusted colleagues or mentors to fill the gaps. Long term, consider whether a boss who avoids giving clear guidance aligns with your career ambitions. Your development deserves clarity, not apathy. 6. Favoritism toward others. Few workplace dynamics are as demoralizing as favoritism. When one team member consistently receives the best assignments, praise, or perks, it creates an environment of inequality. If you feel like no matter how hard you work, you're always in someone else's shadow, it's time to consider what this pattern reveals about your boss's priorities. Seneca reminds us, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." While favoritism may seem personal, it often stems from biases or comfort zones rather than deliberate malice. However, understanding this doesn't mean you must accept it passively. To address favoritism, focus on what you can control, your own performance and contributions. Maintain a strong work ethic and document your achievements to ensure they're visible. You might also have a candid conversation with your boss, asking, "Are there additional opportunities where I could contribute and showcase my skills?" This shifts the focus from comparison to collaboration. Yet, if favoritism continues unchecked and stifles your opportunities for growth, ask yourself if this is a team you want to invest in. A workplace built on fairness and merit will always provide a stronger foundation for your future. Do not let another's bias define your worth. Your value is determined by your actions, not their preferences. 7. Unfair workload distribution. Picture this. You're constantly assigned the most challenging tasks while others receive lighter workloads or avoid responsibility altogether. Despite your efforts, the extra work goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Over time, this imbalance can lead to burnout and resentment, making you question if you're being exploited rather than valued. From a Stoic lens, unfair treatment is a test of your resilience and perspective. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have endured countless misfortunes, yet look, still you stand." However, enduring does not mean enabling. Recognizing when an unfair burden is placed on you is the first step toward change. To address this, communicate assertively but diplomatically. For example, you might say, "I've noticed that my workload is significantly heavier compared to others. I'd like to discuss how we can better balance tasks to ensure everyone contributes equally." By framing the issue as a team concern, you minimize defensiveness while advocating for yourself. If the imbalance persists, consider whether the organization aligns with your long-term goals. While hard work is commendable, a workplace that exploits rather than appreciates your efforts will stifle your growth. Remember, your time and energy are finite. Choose to invest them wisely. 8. Lack of personal interest. A boss who shows no curiosity about your well-being, career aspirations, or personal growth sends a clear message. You're seen as a cog in the machine rather than a valued individual. While professionalism doesn't demand friendship, it does require a basic level of respect and human connection. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, "What concerns me is not the way things are, but the way people think things are." A lack of personal interest may stem from a boss who views employees purely in terms of productivity, not individuality. This mindset, while disappointing, reflects more on them than on you. To address this, initiate conversations about your goals and development. Share your aspirations with statements like, "I'm eager to grow in my role and would love your guidance on how I can contribute more effectively to the team." This proactive approach demonstrates your commitment and invites them to engage. However, if their indifference remains, remember that your worth isn't dependent on their recognition. Seek mentorship elsewhere and align yourself with leaders who see your potential. Value yourself as a whole person, not just a worker. This mindset is key to navigating such situations with dignity and strength. 9. Low compensation or no raises. You've delivered results, exceeded expectations, and consistently added value to your team, yet your paycheck remains the same. Low compensation or stagnant wages despite proven performance is one of the clearest signs your boss doesn't value your contributions. It's a financial and symbolic reminder that your efforts are being taken for granted. Seneca wisely stated, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." While this encourages contentment with what we have, it doesn't mean accepting less than you deserve. Compensation reflects respect, both for your skills and the time you dedicate to your work. If you find yourself in this situation, start by researching industry standards for your role. With this information in hand, schedule a meeting with your boss and present a calm, factual case. Based on my contributions and market data, I'd like to discuss adjusting my compensation to reflect my value to the team. If raises are consistently denied or promises remain unfulfilled, consider whether staying aligns with your self-worth. As a professional, you deserve fair pay for your contributions. Pursue roles where your efforts are recognized, both financially and professionally. 10. Frequent criticism without constructive solutions. Criticism, when constructive, is a tool for growth. But when your boss frequently focuses on your flaws without offering guidance to improve, it becomes a source of demoralization rather than development. Over time, constant criticism without solutions can erode your confidence and sense of capability. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." While criticism may sting, your response determines its impact. Instead of internalizing harsh words, use them as an opportunity to reflect and refine. To navigate this dynamic, seek clarity. The next time you're criticized, ask respectfully, "Could you provide specific examples or guidance on how I can improve?" This shifts the conversation from blame to problem solving and demonstrates your willingness to grow. However, if the criticism remains vague or purely negative, it may reflect more on your boss's leadership than your performance. Surround yourself with mentors and colleagues who provide constructive feedback and encourage your development. A workplace that thrives on tearing others down is not a place for growth. It's a place to outgrow. Value your potential enough to seek an environment that nurtures it. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Identifying these signs is only the first step. What you do next determines whether you grow stronger or remain trapped in a cycle of frustration. As Stoics, we understand that while we cannot control external events, we have full power over how we respond. Here's how you can constructively address these situations. Self-assessment. Before taking action, pause and reflect on your own contributions. Are you meeting or exceeding expectations? Are there areas where you can improve? As Epictetus said, first, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Ensure you're fulfilling your role to the best of your ability, so you approach the issue with integrity. Open communication. The next step is direct but respectful dialogue. Schedule a meeting with your boss to discuss your concerns. For example, say, "I'd like to understand how I can contribute more effectively and align my goals with the team's objectives." Frame the conversation around growth and collaboration rather than confrontation. This Stoic approach focuses on solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. Document achievements. Keep a detailed record of your accomplishments, challenges you've overcome, and any measurable contributions you've made. This provides tangible evidence of your value. When presenting your case, be factual and calm. Your work speaks louder than emotion. Seek support. If the situation doesn't improve, consider seeking guidance from HR, a trusted mentor, or colleagues. Outside perspectives can provide clarity and solutions you might not have considered. Personal growth strategies. Ultimately, growth is in your control. Invest in learning new skills, networking, or exploring lateral moves. If the current environment doesn't align with your aspirations, it's not failure. It's wisdom to seek a place where you can flourish. As Seneca wisely noted, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Recognizing the hidden signs that your boss doesn't value you is an act of self-respect. It's not about bitterness or resentment, but about clarity and growth. Ignoring these signs can lead to stagnation, but addressing them with courage and wisdom paves the way for a brighter future. The Stoics remind us to focus on what we can control, our actions, our responses, and our decisions. You can't always change your boss or your workplace, but you can choose to advocate for yourself, to grow, and, when necessary, to move on to an environment where your contributions are truly valued. Ultimately, Your worth isn't determined by others' recognition. It comes from knowing the value you bring and the integrity with which you carry yourself. As Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Honor your worth by taking steps that align with your principles and ambitions. Remember, prioritizing your professional growth and mental well-being isn't selfish. It's essential. You deserve a workplace that respects and appreciates your contributions. Take action, stay true to your values, and watch as opportunities that align with your worth unfold before you. If you've experienced these signs, share your story in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us next time for more insights on building a wiser, stronger career.
Have you ever heard a phrase so cutting it made you question your entire relationship? Statements like, "You're too sensitive," or "I can do better than you," aren't just hurtful. They're signs of something much deeper and far more dangerous. If she says any of these 10 things, it's not just a red flag. It's a signal to leave for your own good. Imagine staying in a relationship where your worth is constantly questioned, your feelings dismissed, or your love manipulated. These aren't minor issues. They're major warning signs of emotional imbalance that could cost you your peace, your confidence, and even your future happiness. You might think, is it really that bad? Or can't things change? But the harsh truth is, these behaviors often escalate, leaving you stuck in a cycle of self-doubt and regret. In this video, we'll break down 10 toxic phrases rooted in disrespect and manipulation. Using Stoic wisdom, we'll reveal why these statements are not just hurtful, but detrimental to your well-being, and how walking away is an act of self-respect and courage. Stick around, because by the end, you'll have the tools to protect your peace, guard your worth, and approach relationships with the wisdom of the Stoics. Now, let's dive into the first phrase you should never tolerate. 1. I'm too good for you. When someone tells you, "I'm too good for you," it's more about their mindset than your worth. A Stoic perspective teaches us that external validation, or the lack thereof, should never determine our sense of self. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Hearing such a statement can be a blow to the ego, but ego is not your ally in such moments. Instead of reacting defensively or pleading for their validation, take a step back and assess the situation with clarity. What kind of person feels the need to assert superiority in a relationship? A healthy relationship is built on mutual respect and equality, not on one person belittling the other to inflate their own self-worth. This phrase is a red flag because it highlights a lack of humility and gratitude, both key virtues in Stoicism. It's not your role to prove your worth to someone who doesn't recognize it. As Seneca wisely stated, "A man is as miserable as he thinks he is." If their happiness hinges on feeling superior, they are already trapped in their own misery. For your own good, practice the art of detachment. Detachment doesn't mean apathy. It means understanding what is within your control, your actions, thoughts, and values, and letting go of what isn't, like someone else's opinion of you. By walking away from someone who demeans you, you protect your peace and pave the way for healthier, more uplifting relationships. Remember, you don't need someone to validate your worth. True strength lies in knowing your value, regardless of others' judgments. This is the essence of living a Stoic life, calm, resilient, and grounded in self-respect. 2.
You need to change. When someone demands that you need to change, Stoicism teaches us to pause and reflect. Change is not inherently bad. In fact, growth often requires it. But the demand should align with your own values, not someone else's preferences. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." The issue with this statement is its tone of control. A healthy relationship is about mutual growth and acceptance, not one partner dictating how the other should be. If someone wants you to change in ways that compromise your integrity or values, it's a sign that they are projecting their own dissatisfaction onto you. True change comes from within and is motivated by personal goals, not external pressure. Instead of reacting emotionally to this demand, consider whether the change they suggest aligns with your principles. For instance, if they want you to be healthier or more disciplined, that could be a positive nudge. However, if they want you to abandon your hobbies, friendships, or beliefs to fit their ideal, it's time to reevaluate the relationship. A Stoic would recognize that while we can adapt and grow, we should never betray our authentic selves to please others. Seneca wisely observed, "You must live for yourself, not for other people." If their vision of you conflicts with who you are at your core, then their expectations are not your burden to carry. Ultimately, the question is not whether you should change, but why and for whom. Walk away from relationships that demand change for the wrong reasons. Stay true to your own values and let your growth be guided by your own wisdom and aspirations. 3. It's just a joke. When someone dismisses your feelings by saying, "It's just a joke," they minimize your experience. Stoicism emphasizes emotional resilience, but it also teaches that relationships should foster mutual respect. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." A good partner doesn't dismiss your emotions. They acknowledge and validate them. A joke should bring laughter, not discomfort. If you express that something hurt you and their response is to downplay it, it reveals a lack of empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of meaningful relationships, and its absence is a sign of deeper incompatibility. A Stoic would see this moment as an opportunity to practice apatheia, freedom from destructive emotions. By calmly addressing the situation without being overwhelmed by anger or frustration. Approach the conversation with clarity. Explain why their words impacted you. If they respond with defensiveness or mockery, it's a clear signal that they lack the maturity to handle conflict constructively. A healthy partner seeks to understand and grow, not dismiss or deflect. Remember, Stoicism doesn't mean tolerating disrespect. Seneca advised, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." If their humor consistently comes at your expense, they are not improving your life. They are eroding your confidence. In such cases, walking away preserves your dignity and peace of mind. Life is too short to stay in relationships where your feelings are belittled. Seek partnerships where humor is a source of joy and bonding, not a tool for harm or manipulation. 4. I don't trust you. Trust is the foundation of any relationship. When someone says, "I don't trust you," it signals a serious issue that must be addressed. Stoic wisdom teaches us to examine the root cause of conflict without taking it personally. As Marcus Aurelius advised, "If someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth." Begin by calmly asking why they feel this way. Is there mistrust based on a misunderstanding, past experiences, or your actions? If you've made a mistake, own it and take steps to rebuild trust. However, if their mistrust stems from insecurity or past trauma that they project onto you, understand that their burden is not yours to carry. A Stoic recognizes that we cannot control others' perceptions. What we can control is our honesty and integrity. If you have acted with honor and your partner still cannot trust you, it may be a sign that they are not ready for a healthy relationship. Epictetus reminds us, it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. If they are unwilling to trust despite your efforts, further discussion may be futile. Ultimately, a relationship without trust becomes a source of constant tension and self-doubt. While you can empathize with their struggles, you must also prioritize your peace. If trust cannot be restored, walking away is an act of self-respect. Let go of what you cannot control and focus on maintaining your own virtues. Trustworthy people attract trustworthy partners, and in time, you'll find someone who values the bond you offer. 5. You should be grateful, I'm with you. When someone says, you should be grateful, I'm with you, they are framing the relationship as a one-sided favor rather than a mutual bond. Stoicism teaches us to recognize our inherent worth and not allow others to manipulate us through such statements. As Epictetus wisely put it, know first who you are and then adorn yourself accordingly. You don't need someone else's permission to feel worthy. Gratitude is a virtue, but it should be mutual, not demanded. A healthy relationship is built on shared respect, not on one person's belief that they are doing the other a favor. This kind of statement is often a subtle form of control, aimed at making you feel lesser so you won't question their behavior or the relationship itself. Instead of internalizing their words, ask yourself whether this person truly appreciates you. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If you allow such belittling statements to take root in your mind, they can erode your confidence over time. A Stoic would detach from such negativity, understanding that self-worth comes from living virtuously, not from someone else's approval. Gratitude should flow both ways. If someone cannot appreciate you as an equal, it's time to walk away. Respect yourself enough to seek a relationship where both partners feel fortunate to have one another. By leaving such a dynamic, you preserve your dignity and create space for a healthier connection. 6. I don't need a man. While independence is commendable, when someone uses this phrase to undermine the relationship, it reflects an unwillingness to embrace mutual interdependence. Stoicism teaches us that human beings are social creatures who thrive through collaboration. As Marcus Aurelius stated, "What brings no benefit to the hive brings no benefit to the bee." The issue with this phrase isn't independence. It's the dismissive tone that devalues the partnership. A Stoic approach would first seek to understand, is this a statement of genuine independence or a tactic to diminish your role in the relationship? If it's the latter, it may indicate deeper issues of resentment or ego that cannot sustain a healthy bond. Interdependence doesn't mean dependency. It means recognizing that a relationship is stronger when both partners support one another's growth. If someone views the partnership as unnecessary or unimportant, they may lack the emotional investment required to build a lasting connection. Remember Epictetus's advice: make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. You cannot control someone else's values or beliefs, but you can control how you respond. If their perspective undermines the relationship's foundation, walking away is an act of wisdom. A fulfilling partnership requires mutual effort and respect. If they don't value what you bring to the table, seek a connection where your contributions are appreciated and reciprocated. 7. My friends are more important. While friendships are vital, a partner who consistently prioritizes friends over the relationship is sending a clear message about where you stand. Stoicism reminds us to evaluate what is within our control and what aligns with our values. Seneca said, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." A partner who marginalizes you for their friends may not be contributing to your growth or well-being. There's a fine balance between maintaining friendships and nurturing a relationship. However, if they habitually put their friends' needs ahead of the partnership, it shows a lack of commitment. A Stoic would not beg for attention, but would instead reflect on whether the relationship aligns with their principles of mutual respect and shared priorities. Approach the situation calmly. Express your feelings without anger or blame, as Stoicism advocates rational discourse over emotional outbursts. If they are unwilling to acknowledge your concerns or make an effort to balance their priorities, it may be time to reconsider the relationship. A relationship should feel like a partnership, not a competition. If you are consistently placed second, it's a sign that they are not ready for the depth of connection you deserve. By leaving, you honor your own values and make space for a partner who is equally invested. 8. If you loved me, you would. This statement is a form of emotional manipulation, pressuring you to act against your will or values under the guise of love. Stoic philosophy teaches us to guard our autonomy and live according to reason, not external pressures. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone uses your love as leverage, it suggests an imbalance in the relationship. Love should inspire freedom and mutual growth, not coercion. This phrase often implies that your love is conditional on meeting their demands, which is contrary to the Stoic ideal of relationships based on virtue and respect. Reflect on whether their request aligns with your principles. If it's a reasonable ask that strengthens the relationship, you can act on it willingly. However, if it requires compromising your integrity or values, a Stoic would calmly but firmly refuse. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. You can empathize with their desires without succumbing to manipulation. True love doesn't demand, 'If you loved me, you would.' Instead, it encourages, 'Because we love each other, we grow together.' If this dynamic is absent, leaving is an act of self-respect. Detach from manipulation and seek a partnership that nurtures your autonomy and values. 9. You're too sensitive. When someone dismisses your feelings as oversensitivity, they undermine your emotional experience and invalidate your perspective. Stoicism encourages emotional resilience, but it also emphasizes the importance of reasoned understanding. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill like a soldier at the wall. Dismissing feelings is not constructive, understanding them is. The phrase, "you're too sensitive," often reflects the speaker's inability or unwillingness to take responsibility for their actions. A Stoic response would focus on clarity. Are you genuinely overreacting, or is the other person deflecting accountability? If your concerns are reasonable, their dismissal signals a lack of empathy. A healthy relationship fosters emotional safety, where both partners can express their feelings without fear of ridicule or rejection. If someone consistently invalidates you, they are not contributing to your growth. Seneca stated, treat your inferiors as you would be treated by your superiors. This applies in relationships too. Respect is a non-negotiable. If their behavior persists, consider whether the relationship aligns with your principles of mutual respect and understanding. By choosing to walk away, you prioritize your emotional well-being and open yourself to connections where your feelings are valued. 10. I'm not over my ex. This phrase is a clear indication that they are emotionally unavailable. Stoic wisdom teaches us to let go of what is outside our control and to focus on living in the present. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Do not let the past disturb you. Leave it in the hands of the past. If someone is stuck in their past, they are not ready to build a future with you." Remaining in a relationship where one partner is emotionally tethered to someone else can lead to frustration, insecurity, and stagnation. A Stoic would recognize that while you may feel compassion for their struggles, their emotional baggage is not yours to carry. Your time and energy are precious resources that should not be spent on someone who cannot fully commit. Have an honest conversation to understand their emotional state. If they are making genuine efforts to move forward and you see progress, you might consider giving the relationship time. However, if they remain fixated on their ex, it's best to walk away. As Epictetus said, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Demonstrate self-respect by choosing a partner who is fully present and emotionally available. Leaving may feel difficult, but it is an act of wisdom and self-love. You deserve a partner who is as committed to the relationship as you are, unburdened by past attachments. 11. You don't make enough money. When someone says you don't make enough money, they're reducing your value to a financial metric. Stoicism teaches us that our worth is determined by our character and virtues, not by external measures like wealth. Seneca reminds us, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." This statement reflects a materialistic mindset that often leads to dissatisfaction. If your partner evaluates your worth based on income alone, it indicates they may lack the depth to appreciate the intangible qualities that truly matter in a relationship: kindness, integrity, loyalty, and love. A Stoic response is not to lash out, but to reflect calmly. Are their concerns rooted in genuine financial struggles affecting the relationship, or are they simply revealing misplaced priorities? If it's the latter, understand that you cannot control their values, but can control your response. Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." Do not let their words diminish your self-esteem. A relationship should focus on building a life together, not on transactional measures of worth. If they cannot see beyond your income to the person you are, walking away is an act of preserving your dignity. Seek a partner who values you for who you are, not for what you earn. 12. You're overreacting. When someone dismisses your emotions by saying you're overreacting, it invalidates your feelings and undermines the importance of clear communication. Stoicism teaches us to manage our emotions, but it also emphasizes the value of understanding and empathy in relationships. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." If someone consistently disregards your feelings, it reflects a lack of tolerance. Evaluate the situation rationally. Are you truly overreacting, or are they deflecting responsibility for their behavior? A Stoic approach involves calmly stating your perspective and observing their reaction. If they continue to belittle your feelings rather than engage in a constructive dialogue, it indicates a lack of emotional maturity. Healthy relationships require emotional safety. Seneca taught, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness. If your partner is unwilling to be kind and understanding when you are vulnerable, it's a sign that they may not value the relationship as they should." Walking away from someone who constantly invalidates you is an act of self-respect. Seek relationships where emotional expression is met with compassion and constructive dialogue, not dismissal or ridicule. 13. I can do better than you. This statement is both disrespectful and revealing of their mindset. Stoicism teaches us to avoid comparison and focus on living virtuously. Marcus Aurelius said, "Never esteem anything as of advantage to you that will make you break your word or lose your self-respect." Someone who believes they can do better is prioritizing superficial standards over the deeper values that sustain a meaningful relationship. This phrase often reflects their own insecurities, projected outward. A partner who truly values you wouldn't feel the need to compare you to imaginary alternatives. Instead, they would appreciate your unique qualities and the bond you share. A Stoic would not react emotionally to such a statement, but would instead assess the situation calmly. Does their behavior consistently show a lack of respect or gratitude? If so, it's time to walk away. Epictetus reminds us, "The key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best." Leaving a partner who demeans you is not an act of weakness but of strength. It shows that you value yourself and will not settle for less than a relationship built on mutual respect and admiration. 14. I'm not ready for a relationship. When someone says, "I'm not ready for a relationship," believe them. Stoicism teaches us to accept reality as it is, not as we wish it to be. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have to assemble your life yourself, action by action." If they are not ready, no amount of effort on your part can change their state of mind. This statement is not inherently wrong, but it signals a fundamental mismatch in timing and priorities. A Stoic would recognize that forcing a relationship with someone who is unprepared is futile. Instead, focus on your own growth and fulfillment. Seneca advised, "Throw aside all hindrances and give up your time to attaining a sound mind." If their hesitation creates uncertainty and emotional distress for you, it's better to let go and invest in your own well-being. A relationship requires both partners to be equally committed and ready to build together. By walking away, you free yourself to find someone who is aligned with your readiness and values. Trust the process and understand that every ending creates space for a new beginning. 15. You should be more like my friend's boyfriend. Comparing you to others, especially in a romantic relationship, is both unfair and harmful. Stoicism teaches us to avoid envy and comparison, focusing instead on our own journey and virtues. Epictetus said, "Make the best of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." This statement undermines individuality and fails to appreciate the unique qualities you bring to the relationship. A partner who makes such comparisons lacks gratitude and may be chasing an unrealistic ideal rather than valuing the reality of your bond. A Stoic response is to calmly address the issue. Explain how such comparisons are unhelpful and hurtful. If they persist in this behavior, it reflects a deeper lack of respect and contentment. Marcus Aurelius wisely observed, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." Do not internalize their dissatisfaction as a reflection of your worth. A healthy relationship celebrates each person's unique traits rather than measuring them against others. If they cannot appreciate you for who you are, it's time to walk away and seek a partnership rooted in mutual respect and admiration. You deserve someone who values you as you are, not as a comparison. In relationships, words are powerful. They can build bonds or destroy them. If you've heard any of these 15 phrases, remember, walking away isn't giving up. It's choosing your peace, self-respect, and future happiness. Stoicism teaches us to value what we can control, our actions, our values, and how we respond to challenges. And sometimes, the wisest response is to leave a situation that no longer aligns with your worth. If this video resonated with you, make sure to like it and subscribe to the channel for more insights on navigating life with wisdom and strength. Also, I'd love to hear from you. Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Have you experienced any of these phrases before? How did you handle them? Let's learn and grow together. Thanks for watching, and remember, the best relationships uplift you. They never diminish you. Stay strong, and I'll see you in the next video. Have you ever felt that the harder you chase your dreams, the further they seem to slip away? I've been there too. After years of trying to control every outcome, I began to wonder if there was an easier, more fulfilling way to achieve my goals. This led me to the art of effortless manifestation, inspired by ancient Stoic wisdom and modern principles of alignment and energy. The Stoics believed that letting go of attachment and trusting life's natural flow opens us to unexpected blessings. I realized that manifestation isn't about forcing our desires, but aligning with them and creating space for them to unfold naturally. In this guide, I'll share the transformative practices of setting intentions, choosing joy, and taking inspired action, all ways to attract what we want without struggle. If you're ready to stop chasing and start attracting, let's dive into the art of effortless manifestation and discover how what's meant for us will find us naturally. 1. Understand your desires deeply. When I think about my desires, I often ask myself where they come from. Are they truly mine, or are they influenced by what I've seen, read, or been told by others? In the past, I've wanted things that in hindsight weren't aligned with who I am. I wanted a particular job or lifestyle because it looked appealing from the outside, or I thought it would give me status or approval. But the pursuit of those desires often left me feeling empty because they didn't resonate with my true values or bring me lasting happiness. I've learned that understanding my desires deeply means taking the time to reflect on what truly matters to me, not just in a fleeting way, but on a deeper, more meaningful level. Instead of jumping on every opportunity that looks enticing, I now try to sit with my desires. I ask myself questions like, why do I want this? And what will this bring to my life? If I'm honest, sometimes I realize that certain desires come from a place of insecurity or comparison. For example, I may want something because I've seen someone else achieve it, and I feel a subtle urge to prove myself. But the most fulfilling desires, I've found, are those that arise from within, the ones that resonate with my core values, goals, and who I want to become. For instance, I desire meaningful relationships, personal growth, and a life filled with purpose. These desires aren't based on society's standards. They come from a place of inner alignment. They don't fade or feel hollow once achieved, because they're rooted in what truly brings me joy and fulfillment. This process of understanding my desires has also helped me to let go of things that aren't aligned with me. When I dig deep, I recognize that some desires are mere distractions, things that seem exciting but aren't aligned with my life's purpose. For instance, I used to think I wanted to live a fast-paced, high-profile lifestyle, but now I see that what I really want is peace, connection, and the freedom to create. A big part of this journey is practicing discernment and staying true to myself, even when others may not understand. Sometimes it's challenging to say no to desires that don't serve me, especially when they're encouraged by people around me. But I remind myself that authenticity is key. By choosing desires that align with my values, I create a life that feels authentic and deeply fulfilling. Ultimately, understanding my desires is about self-awareness and listening to my inner voice. It's about knowing myself well enough to recognize what will bring me joy and growth, rather than chasing after every shiny object that catches my eye. This approach has brought a sense of calm and clarity to my life. I feel more grounded and confident in the path I'm on because I'm pursuing what genuinely matters to me. In a world full of distractions and external pressures, I've found that grounding myself in my true desires is a powerful way to create a life of purpose and satisfaction. 2. Cultivate inner peace and trust the divine flow. There was a time in my life when I thought I had to control everything to make my dreams come true. I held tightly to every outcome, planned every step meticulously, and worried constantly about things going according to my expectations. But over time, I realized that this approach drained me emotionally and physically. It created so much unnecessary stress, and ironically, it didn't even help me achieve what I wanted. Instead, it made me feel trapped in a cycle of anxiety and burnout. Learning to cultivate inner peace and trust the flow of life has been a transformative experience for me. At first, it was difficult to let go of my need for control. I was afraid that if I relaxed, things would fall apart. But as I started practicing acceptance, I noticed a shift. Instead of forcing things to happen, I began to allow life to unfold naturally. I'd put in my best effort, but then I'd step back and let go of any attachment to the outcome. It was like lifting a huge weight off my shoulders. Trusting the divine flow doesn't mean I've stopped setting goals or working hard. It means I've stopped obsessing over every detail and outcome. I realized that my job is to take inspired action while the universe handles the rest. There's a certain magic in surrendering. It opens me up to possibilities I might not have considered and creates space for unexpected opportunities to come my way. It's like being in sync with a current rather than trying to swim against it. One practice that's helped me stay aligned with this mindset is mindfulness. When I feel myself getting anxious or overly focused on an outcome, I pause, breathe, and bring my attention back to the present moment. I remind myself that I can't control everything and that things often happen in their own time. Sometimes, letting go feels like a leap of faith, but I've found that life often has a way of surprising me in the best ways when I trust it. This approach has also taught me to be more resilient. When things don't go my way, instead of getting frustrated, I try to view it as a redirection. I believe that everything happens for a reason, and that even challenges or delays are guiding me towards something better. By trusting the process, I'm able to maintain my peace of mind, no matter the outcome. Today, I focus more on aligning my actions with my values and less on controlling every result. I've come to understand that peace comes from within, and it's something I can cultivate regardless of what's happening around me. This doesn't mean I don't still face challenges or uncertainties, but I'm able to navigate them with a sense of calm and trust that I never had before. When I release my grip on how things should happen, I'm free to experience life's flow in a more harmonious, joyful way. Trusting the divine flow has given me the peace I was searching for all along. 3. Practice gratitude for the present. Gratitude has become one of the most grounding and uplifting practices in my life. There was a time when I focused too much on what I didn't have, constantly comparing myself to others or feeling dissatisfied with my progress. I used to think that I'd only be happy once I reached a certain goal, had a specific job, or lived a certain lifestyle. But the more I chased after these things, the more they seemed out of reach, and the more frustrated I felt. Then I started practicing gratitude. It sounds simple, but it's one of the most powerful shifts I've made. I began by taking a few minutes every day to list 3 things I was grateful for, no matter how small. At first, it felt like just another task, but over time, it transformed my outlook on life. I started to notice the little things that made my days brighter. A friendly conversation, a warm cup of coffee, a beautiful sunset. These small moments were always there, but I had been too focused on what I lacked to see them. Practicing gratitude taught me to focus on the abundance in my life rather than what I thought was missing. It shifted my perspective from a mindset of scarcity to one of appreciation. Suddenly I felt more content, not because my life circumstances had drastically changed, but because I had changed the way I looked at them. The more grateful I felt, the more positive experiences I attracted. It's as if gratitude opened a door to more abundance and joy. Gratitude also helped me become more resilient. When I face challenges, I remind myself of the things I'm grateful for, and it gives me strength. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by what's going wrong, I ground myself in what's going right. This practice has brought a sense of peace and fulfillment into my life that I never found through achievements alone. I've realized that gratitude is a powerful tool for manifesting my desires. By appreciating what I already have, I create a positive, high-vibrational energy that attracts more of the things I want. It's like telling the universe, I'm ready for more of this goodness. And often, that's exactly what happens. Gratitude isn't about denying my ambitions or giving up on my goals. It's about enjoying the journey, celebrating my progress, and recognizing that I already have so much to be thankful for. When I focus on the present moment with gratitude, I feel truly abundant, and that abundance becomes a magnet for even more blessings in my life. Gratitude has shown me that happiness isn't in some far-off destination. It's here, right now, in the life I'm living. 4. Embrace challenges as opportunities. For a long time, I dreaded challenges. When something went wrong, I'd feel frustrated, defeated, and sometimes even angry. I saw obstacles as roadblocks, things that were holding me back from what I wanted. But over time, I realized that challenges aren't there to stop me. They're there to teach me, to push me forward, and to make me stronger. The Stoic mindset of seeing obstacles as opportunities has helped me transform my approach to difficulties. Instead of seeing setbacks as failures, I try to view them as stepping stones. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This idea changed everything for me. It made me realize that every obstacle, every challenge, is actually an opportunity in disguise. When I face a challenge now, I ask myself, what can I learn from this? Instead of feeling like a victim of my circumstances, I try to take an empowered approach. Maybe the setback is teaching me patience, resilience, or problem-solving skills. Maybe it's helping me grow in ways I wouldn't have otherwise. This perspective shift has turned many of my toughest moments into valuable life lessons. Embracing challenges has also helped me to trust the process. Sometimes things don't go as planned, and that can be incredibly frustrating. But I've learned that these detours are often guiding me towards something better. Looking back, some of the biggest challenges I faced led me to the most meaningful experiences or opportunities. They helped me become a stronger, wiser version of myself. Now, when I encounter obstacles, I try to welcome them with curiosity instead of resistance. I remind myself that challenges are a natural part of life and that they often contain the seeds of growth. This doesn't mean I don't still feel frustrated or discouraged at times, but I'm quicker to bounce back because I know that each challenge has something valuable to offer. Embracing challenges as opportunities has given me a deeper sense of resilience and gratitude for the journey. 5. Set clear intentions and focus on feeling fulfilled. Now, setting clear intentions has been a game changer in my life. In the past, I had vague ideas of what I wanted: happiness, success, fulfillment, but I didn't take the time to define what those things truly meant to me. Without clarity, I often felt directionless, unsure of what I was working toward or how to get there. I'd set goals, but they felt distant and abstract, which made it hard to stay motivated. Then, I began to work on setting specific intentions. Instead of aiming for broad goals like success or happiness, I started defining what those meant on a personal level. I asked myself questions like, what does a successful day look like? Or, what does happiness feel like for me? These questions helped me to set clear intentions that are deeply aligned with my values and aspirations. Once I have a clear intention, I focus on embodying the feeling of fulfillment now, rather than waiting until I reach a particular milestone. For instance, if I want to feel accomplished, I don't have to wait for some big achievement. I find ways to feel that sense of accomplishment each day, whether it's by completing a small task or helping someone in need. By aligning with the feeling of fulfillment in the present, I find that I'm more content and grounded, regardless of external circumstances. This approach has also made my goals feel more attainable. Instead of chasing happiness in the future, I look for ways to experience it in small, everyday moments. It might be as simple as taking a walk in nature, spending time with loved ones, or reflecting on my achievements, however minor they may seem. By focusing on the feeling of fulfillment now, I don't just wait for my dreams to come true. I live as if they already have. This has created a sense of joy and gratitude in my life that I never found when I was constantly pushing for more. Living in alignment with my intentions has also attracted new opportunities into my life. I've noticed that when I'm clear about what I want and focus on feeling fulfilled, things start to flow more naturally. I don't have to force or chase after things. They come to me because I'm already aligned with them. By setting clear intentions and cultivating fulfillment in the present, I've found a way to create a life that's rich, joyful, and deeply aligned with my true self. 6. Build a vision board to strengthen intentions. Creating a vision board has been one of the most powerful and enjoyable tools in my journey toward manifesting my desires. When I first heard about vision boards, I was skeptical. Could a simple collage of images and quotes really have an impact on my life? but I decided to give it a try. And what I discovered was that a vision board is far more than just a collection of pretty pictures. It's a powerful visual reminder of my goals and dreams, something that keeps me focused and inspired every day. To make my vision board, I start by gathering images, words and quotes that resonate with my aspirations. I choose visuals that represent my goals, whether it's for personal growth, relationships, career, or health. Each image I select has a deep meaning, something that instantly connects me to the feeling or state I want to manifest. I like to include quotes from people who inspire me, words of encouragement, and images that evoke a sense of joy and purpose. What I love most about my vision board is that it becomes a daily reminder of where I'm headed. Each time I see it, I'm reminded of what I'm working toward, and it strengthens my commitment to my goals. The board isn't just about the end results, it's a celebration of the journey. It encourages me to take consistent, inspired action every day because I can see my dreams vividly laid out in front of me. I find that this regular visualization helps me stay aligned with my intentions and keeps me motivated, even on tough days. The vision board also serves as a tool for reflection. Every few months, I revisit my board to see what I've manifested, what no longer resonates, and what new goals I want to add. It's a living, evolving representation of my journey. Some images might get replaced as my priorities shift, and new goals are added as I grow and evolve. Seeing my progress reflected on the board is incredibly fulfilling, as it reminds me of how far I've come and how capable I am of achieving my dreams. The act of creating a vision board is empowering. It's like setting a clear signal to the universe about what I want to attract, and it's a fun and creative way to connect with my dreams on a deeper level. Over time, I've noticed that many things from my board start to materialize in my life, often in ways I couldn't have planned. The vision board has become a tool, not just for visualizing my future, but for bringing it into reality through the power of intention and belief. 7. Harness imagination for creative manifestation. Harnessing my imagination has been one of the most effective ways to bring my goals to life. When I was younger, I often let my imagination run wild with possibilities, dreaming about what I could achieve. But as I got older, I became more practical and reserved, pushing my imagination to the side in favor of what seemed realistic. However, I've since come to understand that imagination isn't just for daydreams. It's a powerful tool for manifestation that allows me to create my reality from within. When I harness my imagination, I visualize myself living the life I desire. I don't just see it, I feel it. I imagine the details, the colors, the sounds, the emotions. If I'm visualizing a career goal, for example, I picture myself confidently giving a presentation or celebrating a project's success. I imagine the excitement, pride, and satisfaction that come with it. This mental rehearsal helps me feel more prepared and aligned with my goals, as if they're already within reach. One of the most surprising things I've learned is that imagination has the power to influence not just my thoughts, but also my actions. When I consistently visualize a positive outcome, I start to take steps that align with that vision, even if I'm not fully conscious of it. This mental practice boosts my confidence and makes my goals feel more attainable because I've experienced them in my mind. Imagination also helps me tap into creative solutions. When I face a challenge, I use my imagination to explore different perspectives and approaches. Instead of getting stuck on a problem, I imagine various outcomes and ask myself how I would feel if each one happened. This flexibility opens up new possibilities and often leads to insights I might not have found through logic alone. Using imagination for creative manifestation has become a regular practice. I set aside time each day to visualize my goals and let my imagination roam freely. It's like building a mental blueprint for the life I want, and it makes the journey feel exciting and filled with potential. The more I use my imagination, the more I believe in my ability to create the life I desire. I've come to understand that imagination is not just a tool for creativity. It's a bridge that connects me to my dreams, helping me manifest them with clarity and joy. 8. Practice detachment to create space for serendipity. One of the biggest shifts I've made in my life is learning to practice detachment. For a long time, I believed that the harder I held on to something, the more likely I was to achieve it. But this approach often left me feeling stressed, anxious, and frustrated when things didn't go as planned. Over time, I learned that clinging too tightly to my goals created resistance and blocked the flow of life. By practicing detachment, I've opened myself to serendipity, allowing life to surprise me in ways I never expected. Detachment doesn't mean I stop caring about my goals. It means that I stop obsessing over the how and when they will happen. I still take action, but I let go of the need to control every detail. This practice has given me a sense of freedom and peace that I didn't have before. When I detach, I'm able to enjoy the journey without constantly worrying about the outcome. What I've noticed is that detachment creates space for the unexpected. When I'm not fixated on a specific path or timeline, I'm more open to opportunities and possibilities I might have overlooked. Some of the best things in my life have come when I let go of rigid expectations. It's as if the universe steps in and presents me with blessings that I couldn't have planned for. By detaching, I invite serendipity into my life, allowing things to unfold in ways that often exceed my expectations. Practicing detachment has also taught me resilience. When things don't go as planned, I no longer feel defeated. I remind myself that every experience is part of a larger journey, and that sometimes delays or detours are simply redirections towards something better. This mindset shift has helped me face challenges with a sense of calm and curiosity, knowing that life often has a greater plan than I can see. Detachment has brought more joy into my life as well. By letting go of the need to control, I'm able to fully engage with the present moment. I can savor my experiences without constantly worrying about the future. This approach has made my journey toward my goals feel lighter, more fulfilling, and filled with delightful surprises. Practicing detachment has been a powerful way to embrace life's flow and create space for the magic of serendipity to enter. 9. Take inspired action. Taking inspired action has been one of the most impactful lessons I've learned on my journey to manifesting my desires. For so long, I believed that the only way to achieve my goals was to push myself relentlessly, working hard every day with sheer determination. While hard work is essential, I came to realize that forcing myself to take action when it didn't feel right often led to burnout and frustration. Inspired action, however, is different. It's about moving forward when I feel motivated, guided, and aligned with my goals, rather than acting out of obligation or pressure. I've learned to listen to my inner voice and trust the moments when I feel a sense of excitement, creativity, or deep purpose around a particular action. These moments are the key to inspired action. They come from a place of alignment and ease rather than resistance. The biggest change for me was learning to discern between action that feels forced and action that feels inspired. Forced action is usually rooted in fear or impatience. It comes from a place of "I have to" or "I should," which often leads to anxiety or frustration. Inspired action, on the other hand, feels natural, effortless, and aligned with my values. It's not something I feel I must do. It's something I want to do because it feels like the right next step in my journey. Inspired action has been incredibly freeing. When I follow my intuition and take action when it feels right, I often find that things fall into place with less struggle. Opportunities seem to come my way effortlessly, and solutions appear when I need them. This doesn't mean I don't face challenges. I still do. But inspired action helps me approach those challenges with confidence and a sense of purpose, knowing I'm moving in the right direction. What I've come to appreciate about inspired action is that it doesn't require me to have all the answers up front. I don't need to see the entire path laid out before me. I just need to trust that the next step will be revealed when the time is right. This trust in the process has brought a sense of peace and flow into my life that I never had before. Ultimately, inspired action is about allowing myself to be guided by a deeper wisdom and moving with intention rather than force. By aligning my actions with my intuition, I've experienced greater success, ease, and fulfillment in my journey. I now see action not as something I have to do, but as a natural extension of my desires and goals, and it's made all the difference in creating a life I truly love. 10. Connect with your purpose for lasting motivation. Finding and connecting with my purpose has been one of the most transformative steps in my life. For years I chased after success, trying to climb the ladder or achieve the next big thing. But the more I chased after external goals, the less fulfilled I felt. I realized that my true source of motivation was not found in accolades or recognition, but in the deeper sense of meaning that comes from living in alignment with my purpose. Understanding my purpose has given me a sense of direction that goes beyond momentary goals. Instead of seeking happiness through achievements, I've learned to seek it through personal alignment and fulfillment. It's not about reaching the destination. It's about living in a way that reflects my core values and beliefs every day. When I'm connected to my purpose, motivation comes naturally. I don't need to push myself to stay focused or disciplined because my purpose serves as an internal compass, guiding me with clarity and passion. Whether it's in my work, relationships, or personal growth, when I align my actions with my purpose, I feel energized, driven, and inspired. One of the most important lessons I've learned is that my purpose isn't a static destination. It evolves as I grow and learn more about myself. In the past, I thought my purpose had to be something grand or fixed. But now I understand that it's about following what excites and challenges me in the present. As I connect more deeply with my true self, my purpose continues to unfold in ways I never imagined. This connection to purpose has also helped me navigate obstacles with resilience. When I face challenges or setbacks, I remind myself of the bigger picture, the purpose behind my actions. This helps me stay focused, knowing that every step, even the difficult ones, brings me closer to fulfilling my purpose. Aligning with my purpose has given me a sense of fulfillment that I never found in external achievements. It has helped me move away from a sense of needing to prove myself and instead embrace a life of meaning, contribution, and growth. Purpose is no longer something I'm chasing. It's something I'm living every day. By living in alignment with my purpose, I've found a lasting source of motivation and satisfaction that fuels everything I do. 11. Choose joy as a tool for for manifestation. Choosing joy has been an incredibly powerful tool for me in manifesting my desires. I used to think that joy was something that happened once I achieved my goals, once I got the job, the relationship, or the success I was striving for. But over time, I've learned that joy is a choice I can make every single day, regardless of what's happening in my external circumstances. By consciously choosing joy, I've been able to shift my energy and attract more of what I want into my life. It's like a magnet. When I choose joy, I increase my vibrational frequency, and that positive energy draws more abundance, happiness, and opportunities toward me. I've realized that joy isn't just a byproduct of success, it's the catalyst that creates the conditions for success to flow into my life. Choosing joy has also helped me navigate difficult situations with more grace and resilience. Life isn't always easy, and there are times when things don't go as planned. In the past, I would get bogged down by challenges, focusing on what went wrong. But now, I choose to focus on what I can appreciate, even in difficult times. By doing this, I change my perspective and my energy, which allows me to see opportunities where I once saw obstacles. This doesn't mean I ignore my feelings or pretend that everything is perfect. It means I give myself permission to find moments of joy, no matter how small, and let that joy expand throughout my day. Whether it's a quiet moment of reflection, a shared laugh with a friend, or the beauty of nature, I actively seek out the things that make me feel good. Over time, I've seen how choosing joy changes the trajectory of my life. It has helped me become more creative, more open to new ideas, and more willing to take risks. I'm no longer waiting for someday to be happy. I'm creating happiness right now. And as I continue to choose joy, I've noticed that my goals and desires are manifesting with greater ease. I believe that joy is a magnetic force that attracts everything I need to create a fulfilling life. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the art of effortless manifestation. Remember, life doesn't have to be a struggle or constant chase. By aligning with our true desires, letting go of attachment, and trusting in life's natural flow, we create space for our dreams to unfold in the most unexpected and fulfilling ways. If this approach resonates with you, let's keep the conversation going. I'd love to hear your thoughts, experiences, or any insights you've had on the power of letting go. Drop a comment below, and let's support each other in living a life of purpose and peace. And if you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up. Share it with someone who could use a bit of inspiration, and don't forget to subscribe for more insights on living with intention, joy, and wisdom. Thank you for being a part of this community. Here's to trusting the journey and letting life surprise us.
Here are 12 habits that will make you silently magnetic, the kind of person others are naturally drawn to without even knowing why. Imagine walking into a room and commanding attention, not because you're loud, flashy, or over the top, but because your energy speaks volumes. These habits aren't about tricks or manipulation. They're rooted in timeless wisdom, principles used by the Stoics to cultivate strength, integrity, and influence. But here's the twist. Most people think attraction is about what you say or how you look. It's not. It's about who you are when no one's watching. Mastering these habits will not only change how others see you, but also how you see yourself. By the end of this video, you'll understand why quiet confidence is more powerful than loud charisma, and how small, consistent actions can create a presence that's impossible to ignore. Ready to unlock the power of silent attraction? Let's dive in. 1. Master emotional control. Imagine this. You're sitting in a meeting at work, and someone challenges your idea. rudely, even dismissively. Your pulse quickens, your face feels hot, and you're tempted to fire back. But instead, you pause, take a breath, and respond calmly, even thoughtfully. That's mastery over emotional control, and it's a skill that changes everything. The Stoics taught us that our emotions, while natural, should never control us. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world is full of provocations, some intentional, others accidental, but how we respond is entirely up to us. When you master emotional control, you become a pillar of stability in a chaotic world. People are naturally drawn to those who don't flinch in the face of adversity, who can weather storms without becoming a storm themselves. It's not about suppressing your feelings, it's about acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. Think about someone you admire for their composure. They radiate an unshakable confidence, don't they? That's because emotional control signals strength. It shows you're grounded, self-assured, and dependable. And in a world starved for stability, those qualities make you magnetic. Mastering yourself is step one to mastering life. 2. Listen with intent. Picture this. You're having a conversation, and the other person isn't just waiting for their turn to talk. They're truly listening, nodding, making eye contact, asking thoughtful questions. How does that make you feel? Valued, seen, understood. Now imagine being that person for someone else. The Stoics, especially Epictetus, emphasized the importance of listening. He said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening with intent is not just a skill, it's a gift. It's how you tell others, without words, that they matter. When you truly listen, people feel an unspoken connection with you. They open up, trust grows, and relationships deepen. And here's the thing, it's rare. Most people are too consumed with their own thoughts to really hear someone else. By doing the opposite, you silently set yourself apart. Start small. In your next conversation, put down your phone. Look the person in the eye. Resist the urge to interrupt. It's not just about understanding their words, it's about hearing their heart. Over time, this habit not only strengthens your relationships, but also makes you a person others naturally gravitate toward. 3. Be consistent in your values. Imagine a friend who always keeps their word. When they promise to show up, they do. When they commit to something, they follow through. Doesn't that kind of reliability make them stand out in a world where flakiness is the norm? The Stoics believed that living consistently with your values is the essence of a good life. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." In other words, integrity comes from within, not from external circumstances. It's about staying true to your principles, no matter the cost. When you're consistent in your values, people trust you. They know where you stand and what you stand for. You become a person of substance, someone who doesn't sway with the wind of public opinion or convenience. And trust, once earned, is a powerful form of silent attraction. Take stock of your values. Are you living in alignment with them? If not, adjust your actions. Consistency doesn't require perfection, it requires commitment. Over time, this habit not only builds your character, but also draws others to you in ways you can't force or fake. 4. Speak less, act more. Think about the people you admire most. Are they the ones who talk endlessly about their goals and ambitions, or are they the ones who quietly achieve them? Actions, as the saying goes, speak louder than words, and this truth is timeless. The Stoics lived by this principle. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Talking is easy, doing is hard, but it's in the doing that you earn respect and admiration. People are drawn to those who let their actions speak for themselves. Consider this. If you consistently show up for others, keep your commitments, and follow through on your promises, you won't need to tell people who you are. They'll already know. In a world of empty words, your deeds become a beacon of authenticity. Challenge yourself to say less and do more. When tempted to boast or justify, pause. Let your actions reveal your character. Over time, this silent strength not only builds your credibility, but also attracts people who value substance over style. It's not about being flashy. It's about being real, and that's magnetic. 5. Exude gratitude. Imagine you're walking down the street and a stranger holds the door open for you. Instead of rushing past, you pause, smile, and say, "Thank you." That small moment of gratitude not only lifts your mood, but also leaves a positive impression on the other person. Now imagine living every day with that mindset. The Stoics emphasized gratitude as a cornerstone of a fulfilling life. Seneca wrote, "It is not happiness that makes us grateful, but gratefulness that makes us happy." Gratitude shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant, and this shift has a profound effect, not just on you, but on everyone around you. When you practice gratitude, it shows in your demeanor. You radiate warmth, appreciation, and contentment. People are naturally drawn to that energy because it feels good to be around someone who recognizes the beauty in life, even in the small things. Start by acknowledging the little blessings. Write them down, say them out loud, or simply reflect on them during quiet moments. Over time, this habit rewires your mind to see opportunities instead of obstacles. And as you exude gratitude, you'll find that others are silently drawn to your uplifting presence. 6. Maintain your composure. Picture this. You're stuck in traffic and cars are honking all around you. Some drivers are yelling out their windows while others are banging their steering wheels. But there you sit, calm, unbothered, perhaps even humming along to your favorite song. That's composure in action. The Stoics believed that composure is the hallmark of true strength. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world will test you with challenges, delays, and irritations, but your reaction is entirely within your control. When you maintain your composure, you signal to others that you're grounded and resilient. It's not about suppressing your emotions, but rather mastering them. In a world where many people are quick to anger or panic, your calmness becomes a rare and attractive quality. Practice composure in small moments, a rude comment, a delayed appointment, or a minor setback. Each time you remain steady, you're building the muscle of self-control. Over time, this quiet strength will not only improve your life, but also draw others who admire your unshakable demeanor. 7. Develop deep self-awareness. Think back to a time when you overreacted. Maybe you snapped at someone, only to realize later that it wasn't really about them, but about something you were struggling with internally. That realization is self-awareness, and it's a skill that transforms how you interact with the world. The Stoics urged self-awareness as a lifelong practice. Epictetus said, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Understanding your thoughts, emotions, and triggers allows you to navigate life with clarity and purpose. Without this awareness, you're at the mercy of your impulses. When you develop deep self-awareness, you exude a quiet confidence. You understand your strengths and weaknesses, and you don't need external validation to feel secure. This authenticity is magnetic because it shows you're comfortable in your own skin. Cultivate self-awareness by reflecting daily, through journaling, meditation, or simply asking yourself, why did I react that way? Over time, this habit will help you grow emotionally and mentally. And as you deepen your understanding of yourself, you'll notice that others are naturally drawn to your genuine and grounded presence. 8. Live with purpose. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of direction. Your actions feel meaningful, and your time is spent on what truly matters. Now contrast that with drifting aimlessly, letting distractions dictate your days. The difference? Purpose. The Stoics placed immense value on living with intention. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People who labor all their lives but have no purpose to direct every thought and impulse are wasting their time, even when hard at work." Purpose is the anchor that keeps you steady amidst life's chaos. When you live with purpose, it shows. People notice your focus, your drive, and your ability to prioritize what's meaningful over what's trivial. This quiet determination is irresistibly attractive because it's rare in a world filled with distractions. To cultivate purpose, reflect on your values and long-term goals. Ask yourself, what do I want my life to stand for? Then align your actions with your answers. Living with purpose not only enriches your life, but also inspires others to find and follow their own path. 9. Respect everyone. Expect nothing. Picture this, you hold the door open for someone, and they walk through without even a glance of acknowledgement. Most people would feel slighted, but what if you didn't? What if your act of kindness wasn't dependent on their response? That's true respect. Epictetus advised, "Do not expect events to turn out the way you want, but welcome events in whichever way they happen." When you respect others without demanding anything in return, you demonstrate strength of character. Respect given freely, without expectation, comes from a place of abundance. This habit is magnetic because it's so uncommon. Most people operate on a give-and-take basis. By breaking that pattern, you stand out as someone who values others for who they are, not for what they can do for you. Start by practicing small acts of kindness without seeking recognition. Smile at a stranger, lend a hand, or offer a kind word. Over time, you'll notice that this quiet respect not only makes others feel valued, but also makes you someone they respect in return. 10. Focus on your growth. Imagine watching someone dedicate themselves to learning a new skill, improving their health, or overcoming a personal challenge. It's inspiring, isn't it? Growth is contagious. It motivates others and makes them want to be around you. The Stoics believed in constant self-improvement. Seneca said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Growth isn't about perfection, it's about progress. When you focus on bettering yourself, you silently communicate that you value your potential. Personal growth also creates a sense of quiet confidence. You don't need to brag about your achievements because they're evident in how you carry yourself. People are naturally drawn to someone who is on a journey of self-betterment. Identify one area of your life you'd like to improve: your health, your skills, or your mindset. Commit to small, consistent steps. As you grow, you'll not only enhance your own life, but also inspire and attract others who recognize and admire your dedication. 11. Hold strong boundaries. Picture someone who always says yes to every request, even when it's inconvenient or goes against their priorities. Over time, they become overwhelmed and resentful. Now imagine someone who can say no with kindness but firmness. Which one do you respect more? The Stoics understood the value of boundaries. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Boundaries are not walls, they're guidelines that protect your time, energy, and values. When you set and enforce them, you show others that you respect yourself. Holding strong boundaries makes you magnetic because it communicates self-worth. People are drawn to those who know their limits and prioritize what truly matters. It's not about being rigid, it's about being intentional. Practice saying no when something doesn't align with your priorities. Do it respectfully, but confidently. Over time, you'll notice that others respect you more, and you'll have more energy to invest in what's truly important. 12. Radiate calm confidence. Think of someone who enters a room without rushing, without fidgeting, and without needing to be the center of attention. They're not loud, but their presence is felt. That's calm confidence, and it's one of the most attractive qualities you can cultivate. The Stoics believed that true confidence comes from within. Epictetus taught, "He who is not a slave to external circumstances is truly free." When your sense of self isn't dependent on others' opinions or external achievements, you exude an unshakable calm. This kind of confidence isn't about arrogance or bravado. It's about being secure in who you are. People are drawn to this because it creates a sense of safety and trust. To radiate calm confidence, start by grounding yourself in your values and achievements. Practice mindfulness to stay present and composed. Over time, this inner strength will become a natural part of how you carry yourself. And as you move through life with quiet assurance, you'll notice others are drawn to your presence without you needing to say a word. Mastering these 12 habits isn't just about attracting others. It's about becoming the best version of yourself. As the Stoics teach, true power lies within, and when you cultivate these habits, you radiate strength, authenticity, and calm confidence. People can't help but be drawn to that. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which habit resonated with you the most? Do you already practice some of these, or is there one you're excited to start working on? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every single one and would love to hear your perspective. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people who can benefit from this wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe for more videos that unlock ancient wisdom for modern life. Share this video with someone who might need a little inspiration today. Thank you for watching, and remember, greatness is built in silence, one habit at a time. See you in the next video.
Are you tired of waiting for motivation to strike before you take action? Imagine a life where you're always ready to act, no matter the obstacles. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism comes in. I'll share with you 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you force yourself to take purposeful action, even on the hardest days. Think about it. You know what you want. You have the goals, but every time you go to take that first step, something holds you back. It could be procrastination, self-doubt, or just the overwhelming feeling of, where do I even start? I'm going to break down actionable Stoic principles that tackle these exact struggles. Imagine overcoming procrastination, finding clarity of purpose, and actually turning challenges into opportunities for growth. These aren't just philosophies. They're practical techniques that have helped people lead more disciplined and focused lives for centuries. By the end of this video, you'll have 10 strategies you can apply daily to transform your habits, simplify your life, and finally take control of your actions. These are timeless insights designed to help you become a more intentional, resilient version of yourself. Ready to master the art of purposeful action? Let's dive into each of these Stoic principles, starting now. 1. Take small steps. Whenever I think about a big goal I want to accomplish, I admit I often feel overwhelmed. The vision of what I want can be so massive that it's hard to know where to start. I remind myself of the Stoic wisdom about taking small, steady steps toward any significant goal. Rather than focusing on the intimidating end point, I try to break things down into smaller, more manageable actions that I can work on daily. In my experience, these small steps are where the real momentum starts. Each step, no matter how small, is a little victory that gives me a sense of accomplishment and motivates me to keep going. There have been times when I've tried to do too much at once and felt burnt out or even defeated. But when I slow down and take things one step at a time, I can build up a consistent rhythm, making it much easier to stick with my goals over the long term. This approach doesn't just work for big dreams, but also for everyday tasks. If I feel overwhelmed by a project at work or something at home, I break it down and tackle each part one at a time. Doing this helps me feel more in control and makes even the toughest tasks feel achievable. With each small step, I remind myself that I'm moving forward, and that's all that really matters. In the end, progress is about persistence, not perfection. Taking things one small step at a time keeps me grounded, focused, and motivated to keep going. 2. Embrace memento mori to boost urgency. Reflecting on the concept of memento mori, remembering that life is finite, has changed how I approach my time and priorities. The reminder that life isn't endless isn't something morbid or negative. Instead, it's a way to focus on what truly matters. Whenever I'm tempted to procrastinate or spend too much time on things that don't align with my values, I pause and think about how I'd feel if this was my last day. How would I want to spend it? This perspective helps me cut through the noise and focus on actions that genuinely matter to me. It's a gentle nudge to stop waiting for the right moment and to start acting with purpose and urgency. If I have a goal I've been putting off, memento mori pushes me to start now, rather than waiting for everything to feel perfect, which rarely happens anyway. Thinking this way also helps me appreciate the present. I know that my time is limited, so I'm motivated to make the most of each day. Instead of spending hours scrolling through social media or getting lost in trivial distractions, I'm more likely to reach out to loved ones, work on my passions, or do something that adds value to my life. Knowing that time is fleeting makes me more mindful and intentional, pushing me to take purposeful action rather than letting time slip by unnoticed. Embracing memento mori has brought more meaning to my life, encouraging me to live fully and act with clarity and commitment every day. 3. Cultivate gratitude for the opportunity to act. When daily tasks pile up or my to-do list feels endless, I sometimes catch myself feeling frustrated or overwhelmed. But instead of letting those feelings take over, I've learned to pause and find gratitude for the opportunity to act. Stoicism teaches that every task, even the small or tedious ones, is an opportunity to practice patience, resilience, and discipline. When I approach my responsibilities this way, they transform from chores to chances for growth. This mindset shift has changed how I feel about routine. Instead of dreading certain tasks, I see them as a way to build my character and strengthen my resolve. Whether it's working out, staying late to finish a project, or simply doing household chores, I remind myself that each action is part of a bigger picture. Every effort, no matter how small, contributes to my personal growth. Gratitude also makes these tasks feel lighter. When I remind myself that I have the ability and time to take action, it feels like a privilege rather than a burden. There are countless people who might long for the chance to pursue what I sometimes take for granted. So, instead of viewing my responsibilities as exhausting, I see them as gifts that allow me to grow and live fully. This perspective not only motivates me to take action, but also fills my day with a sense of purpose and appreciation, turning every task into a meaningful part of my journey. 4. Overcome procrastination. Procrastination has always been a tough habit for me to break. It's easy to choose comfort and avoid the hard work, but I've realized that procrastination isn't just about avoiding tasks. It's a barrier to my own growth. Stoicism encourages us to act in the present, knowing that time is one of our most precious resources. When I procrastinate, I'm letting go of something I'll never get back: time. What has helped me is reframing each task as a step towards the life I want. If I delay action, I'm actually choosing to delay my progress and hold myself back. I remind myself that every moment spent avoiding a task is time I could be investing in my own future. This awareness is like an internal nudge that keeps me focused on the bigger picture. Procrastination might offer short-term comfort, but in the long run, it just adds stress and regret. Breaking free from procrastination is also about accepting discomfort. Instead of seeing challenges as reasons to avoid something, I try to see them as opportunities to strengthen my resilience. Taking action isn't always easy, but I find that when I push through, I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride that's far more fulfilling than avoidance. The Stoic mindset has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, not in avoiding hard work, but in embracing it. By focusing on the present and taking purposeful action, I'm breaking the cycle of procrastination and building a life of progress and fulfillment. 5. Discipline yourself. Self-discipline has been one of the most empowering tools in my life. When I think of discipline, I don't see it as a restrictive or limiting practice. Instead, it's my path to freedom. Stoicism teaches that when we control our actions and emotions, we gain the power to shape our lives rather than being pulled by fleeting whims or impulses. With self-discipline, I feel more aligned with my goals and values, as if I'm steering my own ship through life's currents. It's not always easy, of course. There are days when I just want to let go of all structure and indulge in comfort or distractions. But I've noticed that when I do this, I feel less fulfilled in the end. Discipline helps me stay on track with my goals, even when motivation fades. It's what keeps me committed to the things that truly matter to me, like health, learning, and personal growth. To make discipline a daily practice, I start small. I'll choose one action, like exercising, and commit to doing it consistently, even if only for a short time. Each small victory strengthens my self-control, creating a foundation for bigger challenges. When I follow through on my commitments, I feel a sense of accomplishment and self-respect that motivates me to keep going. Stoicism teaches that self-discipline isn't just a tool for productivity, it's a pathway to inner peace. By mastering myself, I gain the freedom to act with purpose and integrity in every area of my life. 6. Visualize potential outcomes. One powerful Stoic practice I've embraced is premeditatio malorum, imagining potential obstacles before they arise. This isn't about being pessimistic. Rather, it's a way to prepare myself mentally and emotionally for whatever challenges may come my way. When I visualize different scenarios, including setbacks, I feel more resilient and less likely to be thrown off course when things don't go as planned. For instance, if I'm working on an important project, I'll take a moment to think through possible challenges. Maybe there will be unexpected delays, or maybe I'll feel frustrated and want to give up. By acknowledging these possibilities up front, I can plan how I'll respond. I'm ready to handle obstacles with a calm, focused mind, rather than letting stress or anxiety take over. Visualizing potential outcomes also helps me appreciate the value of preparation. It encourages me to think ahead, stay organized, and build flexibility into my plans. I don't feel as reactive to situations because I've already mentally rehearsed how I'll handle them. This practice has given me a greater sense of control and confidence in my ability to adapt. Knowing that I'm prepared for whatever comes my way, I feel more motivated to take action and stay committed to my path. 7. Develop purpose through virtue. I've often asked myself, what's my purpose? For a long time, I thought purpose was something I had to find or achieve. But Stoicism has helped me see that purpose isn't necessarily a destination, it's a way of being. According to Stoic principles, our purpose is best developed through virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. Rather than looking for an external mission, I focus on aligning my actions with these core values. This approach has brought a lot of clarity to my life. For example, if I'm faced with a tough decision, I ask myself if my choice reflects wisdom or courage. By prioritizing virtues over outcomes, I find a sense of inner fulfillment that's not tied to success or failure. Even if I don't achieve a specific goal, acting in alignment with my values leaves me with a sense of purpose and integrity. Finding purpose through virtue also makes it easier to stay motivated. Instead of being driven by short-term desires or external recognition, I'm fueled by a deeper commitment to living ethically. When I'm clear on my values, I feel more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. My actions are not just about achieving goals, they're about becoming the kind of person I aspire to be. This focus on virtue gives me a steady motivation to take action every day, knowing that each choice brings me closer to my ideal self. 8. Simplify your life. Living simply wasn't always easy for me. I used to think that more was better, more stuff, more commitments, more activity. But Stoicism taught me the value of simplicity, and now I see it as one of the greatest sources of peace and focus in my life. When I simplify my environment and my routines, I feel a mental clarity that makes it much easier to focus on what's truly important. One of the first things I did to simplify my life was to declutter my physical space. I got rid of items I didn't use or need, and that act alone felt like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Having fewer things to manage gives me more time and energy to focus on what matters, like my relationships, my work, and my health. Simplifying my life also means saying no to commitments that don't align with my values. This has freed me to invest more deeply in fewer, more meaningful pursuits. I've found that a simpler life is not about deprivation, it's about quality over quantity. By reducing distractions and focusing on essentials, I'm better able to make deliberate, meaningful choices. I'm no longer overwhelmed by endless options or obligations. Instead, my life feels more intentional, and my actions have more impact. Living simply has taught me that less really can be more, and I'm motivated each day to act with a clear sense of purpose and joy. 9. Transform challenges into opportunities. In the past, challenges used to feel like roadblocks. I'd get frustrated and feel defeated when things didn't go as planned. But Stoicism has taught me that challenges aren't obstacles, they're opportunities for growth. Instead of seeing setbacks as threats, I now view them as tests that strengthen my character. Each time I face a difficulty, I ask myself what I can learn from it, or how it might help me grow. One example that comes to mind is a recent work project that seemed overwhelming. There were constant changes, tight deadlines, and moments when I doubted my abilities. But instead of letting frustration consume me, I reminded myself that this was a chance to develop resilience and problem-solving skills. By focusing on what I could learn rather than on how hard it was, I ended up discovering new strengths within myself. This mindset shift has transformed how I respond to life's inevitable ups and downs. Rather than being discouraged, I'm motivated to see challenges as necessary parts of my journey. I no longer avoid difficulties or view them as failures. I welcome them as teachers. Embracing this Stoic principle has brought a new level of resilience into my life, making it easier to act with confidence and purpose no matter the situation. 10. Build good habits. I've learned that good habits are like the building blocks of a purposeful life. Stoicism emphasizes that we should cultivate habits that align with our values and help us grow. Habits like mindfulness, gratitude, and persistence aren't just actions, they're reflections of who I want to become. By practicing these habits daily, I'm steadily building a life that's in line with my values and long-term goals. Establishing good habits starts small. I try to pick one simple habit at a time, like setting aside a few minutes each morning to reflect on what I'm grateful for. This habit alone has made me more mindful and appreciative of what I have, setting a positive tone for the rest of my day. Over time, as I've layered more habits that align with my values, I feel a growing sense of peace and purpose. Stoic wisdom has taught me that excellence isn't achieved overnight. It's cultivated through consistent effort. Each small action, repeated daily, builds a foundation for the life I aspire to live. Rather than focusing on perfection, I focus on progress. This makes it easier to forgive myself when I slip up and get back on track. Building good habits has brought a sense of order and direction into my life, helping me take action with a clear and steady focus on my values. We've covered 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you take action with purpose, no matter the challenges you face. From embracing self-discipline and transforming obstacles into growth opportunities to building habits that align with your values. These principles are tools you can use every day to live more intentionally and become a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. If you found these insights valuable, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content that helps you grow and reach your potential. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Share your biggest takeaway or a Stoic principle you're planning to apply in the comments below. And don't forget to share this video with anyone who might benefit from these timeless lessons. Let's keep building a life of purpose, action, and wisdom together. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Have you ever wondered if you could command respect and demonstrate your worth without saying a single word? In a world inundated with noise and superficiality, is it possible that our actions could speak louder than our words? According to ancient Stoic philosophy, the answer is a resounding yes. Let's embark on a journey to discover how you can recognize and embody your true value through the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, enriched with real-life examples to bring these principles to life. Develop resilience. Resilience is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It is about maintaining your dignity and composure, regardless of the adversities you face. Consider the life of Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, yet emerged unbroken, leading South Africa out of apartheid and becoming a global symbol of endurance and dignity. Mandela's ability to endure extreme hardship and still rise to lead his nation demonstrates the Stoic principle of resilience. Life inevitably throws challenges our way, personal setbacks, professional hurdles, and unforeseen crises. The Stoics believed that our worth is truly shown in how we handle these difficulties. Embrace these challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. Each adversity faced and overcome builds your strength and reinforces your self-respect. This inner strength not only helps you maintain your composure, but also garners the respect of others. By developing resilience, you're not just surviving, You are thriving. You show that you can withstand life's storms and come out stronger. This quality of resilience is what makes you worthy of respect, both from yourself and others. It is through these trials that your true character is revealed, proving that actions indeed speak louder than words. Focus on actions, not words. In relationships, actions reveal true intentions more than words ever can. Mahatma Gandhi exemplified this principle through his non-violent resistance, like the Salt March, which spoke volumes more than any speech. Stoicism emphasizes practical wisdom, urging us to judge people by their actions. Observing consistent and genuine actions provides a clearer picture of someone's character, helping to cultivate more authentic and meaningful connections. Consider a scenario where someone promises to support you, but consistently fails to show up when needed. Their actions, or lack thereof, speak louder than their words. This principle helps you discern true allies from mere talkers. By focusing on actions, you build stronger, more reliable relationships based on trust and mutual respect. Embrace healthy skepticism. A dose of skepticism can protect you from potential disappointments in relationships. Steve Jobs, for example, approached new ideas and people with healthy skepticism, which helped him innovate and lead Apple to success. This doesn't mean being negative or cynical. Rather, it's about being mindful and observant. By taking the time to know someone and ensuring their actions match their words, you maintain a balanced and rational approach. This key aspect of Stoic philosophy helps you avoid unnecessary heartache and builds more solid, trustworthy connections. In practical terms, embracing healthy skepticism means being cautious and evaluating situations carefully. It's about asking the right questions and seeking evidence before forming judgments. This approach not only protects you from deceit, but also ensures that your relationships are based on genuine, consistent actions. Know your worth. Stoicism teaches that your worth is intrinsic and not dependent on external validation. Oprah Winfrey, despite facing significant hardships, always knew her worth and built a media empire by focusing on her abilities and self-value. Your self-esteem should not be swayed by others' opinions or social media metrics. Imagine yourself as a precious gemstone. Not everyone will recognize your value, but that doesn't diminish your worth. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By focusing on your virtues and living a life you are proud of, you acknowledge your true worth. This intrinsic sense of value is crucial in maintaining self-respect and dignity, regardless of external circumstances. Cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is often overlooked, but is a powerful aspect of Stoicism. Keanu Reeves, known for his gratitude and humility despite his success, exemplifies this principle. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you foster a positive outlook and appreciation for life. Gratitude helps you recognize your achievements and qualities, reinforcing your sense of worth and positively influencing how others perceive and value you. Practicing gratitude shifts your focus from deficiencies to abundance. It encourages you to celebrate small victories and recognize the positive aspects of your life, thereby enhancing your overall well-being and sense of fulfillment. This practice not only improves your own mental health, but also makes you more pleasant to be around, further enhancing your relationships. Limit access. In a world of instant gratification, maintaining a sense of mystery and depth can enhance your perceived value. Beyoncé maintains a level of control over her public and private life, ensuring that her time and presence are valued. Limiting access is not about playing hard to get, but about recognizing your own worth and ensuring that others value your time. and presence. This Stoic approach teaches self-discipline and emotional self-control, encouraging you to be selective about who you let into your life. By limiting access, you protect your energy and focus on meaningful interactions that genuinely enrich your life. This practice helps maintain a balance between openness and privacy, ensuring that your relationships are based on mutual respect and value. Practice unconditional love. Unconditional love in Stoicism goes beyond expecting nothing in return. Fred Rogers, known as Mr. Rogers, demonstrated unconditional love by accepting and valuing each child for who they were. This involves recognizing the intrinsic worth of every individual and showing empathy and compassion. By practicing forgiveness and letting go of resentment, you foster emotional healing and growth, building stronger, more genuine connections. Unconditional love means accepting people as they are, without trying to change them. It involves showing empathy and understanding, even in difficult situations. This practice not only improves your relationships, but also enhances your emotional well-being, as you learn to let go of negative feelings and focus on positive, constructive interactions. Be prepared to walk away. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is recognizing what you can and cannot control. J.K. Rowling faced numerous rejections but knew her worth, walking away from offers that didn't respect her work until she found success. In relationships, this means being willing to walk away from situations that compromise your values. It requires inner strength and a deep understanding of your worth. By choosing to leave what no longer serves you, you make room for healthier and more fulfilling opportunities. This practice demonstrates your commitment to self-respect and integrity, ensuring that you do not settle for less than you deserve. Walking away is not a sign of weakness, but a testament to your strength and understanding of your worth. Present yourself with dignity. Dignity in Stoicism is about investing your energy wisely and authentically. Barack Obama maintained a composed and respectful demeanor throughout his presidency, even in the face of criticism. Presenting yourself with dignity means being true to who you are, rather than trying to impress others with superficialities. For example, consider a scenario where you're in a cafe and see two people on a date. One is flashy and trying hard to impress, while the other is comfortable in their own skin. The person who is genuine and self-assured, like Obama, is more likely to leave a lasting impression. This aligns with Stoic principles of living with integrity and self-respect. Act with boundaries. Setting and maintaining boundaries is a powerful way to demonstrate your self-respect. Maya Angelou set clear boundaries in her life, valuing honesty and respect. If you value honesty and someone lies to you, how you handle the situation speaks volumes. Addressing the issue calmly or stepping away can demonstrate your commitment to your values. This approach aligns with the Stoic emphasis on self-discipline and rationality. By setting boundaries, you protect your emotional well-being and ensure that your relationships are healthy and respectful. This practice is essential for maintaining self-respect and ensuring that others respect your values and limits. Solitude. Solitude is a powerful tool in the Stoic arsenal. Henry David Thoreau sought solitude at Walden Pond, where he spent 2 years in self-reflection. This period allowed him to write Walden and align his actions with his principles. Taking time to be alone and reflect helps you understand your true self and values without external influence, reinforcing your self-worth independent of others' opinions. Regular self-reflection helps you make decisions based on your principles and stay true to your values. This practice is essential for personal growth and self-awareness, ensuring that your actions are aligned with your true self. By seeking solitude, you create space for introspection and self-improvement, enhancing your overall well-being and sense of purpose. Onanda. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and to let go of what we cannot. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late Supreme Court Justice, never chased after approval, but focused on her work and principles, earning respect through her dedication to justice and equality. Chasing after someone who is pulling away is futile and diminishes your self-respect. Instead, value your worth and let things flow naturally, maintaining your dignity and attracting people who appreciate your strength and confidence. This practice ensures that your relationships are based on mutual respect and genuine interest, rather than desperation or insecurity. In summary, embracing Stoic principles in relationships empowers you to demonstrate your worth through actions, set healthy boundaries, and maintain your self-respect. By focusing on what you can control and valuing yourself intrinsically, you create a foundation for authentic and meaningful connections. Remember, true worth is demonstrated through consistent and genuine actions, not words. Let your dignity and integrity shine, and the world will recognize your true value.
Imagine a life where you're no longer working just to make ends meet, but instead building real, lasting wealth. Wealth that brings you freedom, fulfillment, and impact. These aren't just any money rules. These are the strategies that took me from struggling paycheck to paycheck to questioning the very meaning of money. But here's the twist. Most people think building wealth is just about making more money. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, following conventional advice almost held me back. I learned the hard way that true wealth requires a mindset shift, a set of rules that goes against what most people believe. I'm talking about principles that not only grow your bank account, but free you from financial stress and open doors to opportunities you never imagined. If you're tired of just getting by and want to discover the unconventional rules that could transform your financial future, keep watching. So, what's different about these 20 rules? Unlike typical money tips, each of these strategies has been tested in real-life challenges, from saving during lean times to making high-stakes investments. I'll break down each rule in a way that's simple, relatable, and powerful. So by the end, you'll have a roadmap to wealth that doesn't just promise financial gain, but also gives you the peace of mind and purpose that come with true financial freedom. Ready to see the first step? Let's dive in. 1. Avoid lifestyle creep. One of the hardest things to avoid once you start making decent money is the urge to upgrade your lifestyle. I remember early in my career when I got my first big paycheck, the temptation to buy a nicer car or move into a swankier apartment was overwhelming. After all, I had worked hard to get here, so why not reward myself, right? But I quickly realized that this thinking was a trap. I'd heard it called lifestyle creep before, and now it made sense. My spending would just keep growing with every raise or promotion if I wasn't careful. At first, it felt restrictive to hold back. I wanted to enjoy my success and share it with friends and family. But over time, I found more meaning in staying grounded and reinvesting that extra money in ways that would pay off down the road. Instead of buying that new BMW, I put the money toward a side business I'd always wanted to start. And you know what? That business ended up creating even more financial security for me in the future. The funny thing is, Delaying those instant gratifications taught me something even more valuable than financial discipline. It taught me patience. I became someone who could look beyond the immediate reward for something bigger and better in the future. Today, I still live below my means, which lets me keep building a secure future while also freeing me from the pressure of keeping up with anyone else. I've realized that true wealth isn't about flashy things. It's about having peace of mind, financial security, and the freedom to make choices without being chained to a lifestyle I can't maintain. 2. Master emotional control. Learning to control my emotions, especially with money, was one of the toughest but most rewarding lessons. I can remember countless times I acted impulsively, buying things because I was stressed or investing in something because everyone else was doing it. But as I look back, I see that the times I stayed calm and rational with my decisions were the times I made the best choices. Emotions, whether it's excitement, fear, or impatience, can cloud judgment and lead to decisions we later regret. For instance, there was a period when the stock market was doing really well, and I felt this intense pressure to jump in on some high-risk stocks that everyone was talking about. I didn't even research them. I just dove in because I didn't want to miss out. When the market took a downturn, I panicked and pulled out, losing quite a bit. That was a wake-up call. I realized that if I was going to make smart financial decisions, I needed to separate my emotions from the process. Now, I take a step back any time I feel those emotions creeping up. I remind myself that wealth building is a marathon, not a sprint. I make it a point to do my research and approach every decision with patience and clarity. Practicing emotional control has saved me from repeating the same mistakes and allowed me to make decisions that align with my long-term goals, not just temporary feelings. 3. Protect your assets. The concept of protecting my assets didn't mean much to me in the early days. Back then, I thought building wealth was just about making money, but after seeing some close calls, unexpected expenses, family emergencies, even an economic downturn, I realized that protecting what I already had was just as important as growing it. I remember one incident when a medical emergency hit my family. Without proper insurance and savings, I would have been in serious financial trouble. That's when I understood the value of having a safety net. Insurance, emergency funds, and legal protections aren't just for big wealth. They're essential for anyone who wants to be financially secure. Today, I make sure I have coverage in the right areas: health, home, and car, and a solid emergency fund. I also explored setting up a legal framework to protect my assets, like putting certain investments in trusts. These steps help me feel secure and prepared for life's curveballs. Protecting my assets has given me peace of mind, knowing that no matter what happens, I'm prepared to handle it without risking my financial foundation. 4. Think long-term. When I first started working, my focus was entirely on short-term goals, monthly expenses, upcoming trips, a new gadget I wanted. But as I matured, I realized that if I wanted to build lasting wealth, I had to start thinking long-term. I remember someone telling me, the best time to start investing was yesterday. The second best time is today. That phrase stuck with me and changed my approach to money. One of the first things I did was start a retirement fund. It felt odd, thinking about retirement while I was still young, but I began to understand that wealth grows with time. The earlier I started, the more it would compound. I set up automated contributions to a retirement account, and over the years, I've watched it grow, little by little. Now, instead of chasing quick wins, I focus on investments that will benefit me 10, 20, or even 30 years down the line. Thinking long-term has helped me feel secure in my financial choices and taught me patience. It's about planting seeds today that will grow into something meaningful in the future. Instead of spending every dollar now, I know I'm working toward a bigger goal that will pay off and sustain me in years to come. 5. Assign your priorities. For a long time, I struggled with saying no to opportunities. Every new project, every investment, every business idea seemed like a great chance to make money. But I quickly realized that spreading myself too thin was counterproductive. The more I said yes to everything, the less time and energy I had for the things that truly mattered. One of the biggest breakthroughs for me was learning to assign my priorities and focus on what I did best. I asked myself, what am I genuinely good at? Where do my strengths lie? I identified my core skills and interests, and I decided to build around those. Instead of jumping at every opportunity, I committed to becoming exceptional at one thing. I learned that by becoming best in class in one area, I could unlock more opportunities than if I dabbled in many. It wasn't easy at first. There was always that fear of missing out. But I soon discovered that my focus and dedication brought me more success. I didn't just build wealth, I built expertise and a reputation in my field. By prioritizing, I became the go-to person for specific projects, and my financial growth followed. Now, I approach every new opportunity by asking, does this align with my priorities? It's given me clarity, direction, and a much more intentional path to wealth. 6. Minimize borrowing. There was a time when I thought borrowing money was normal, even necessary, for making big purchases. I remember buying my first set of furniture with financing. It seemed harmless, no payments for a year, low interest, but over time, I ended up paying far more than the actual value of the furniture. That's when I realized that borrowing for things that don't generate income is a slippery slope. After that, I started being more mindful about when and why I borrowed. I learned that there's good debt and bad debt. Borrowing to buy a new car or splurge on a vacation falls under bad debt because it drains my income without giving anything back. But borrowing to invest in skills or a business or even real estate is different. Those are assets that, if managed well, could pay back the loan and more. Nowadays, I follow a simple rule. If I can't afford it up front, I wait or work until I can. I make exceptions only for investments that improve my earning power or generate passive income. It's not always easy to hold back, but minimizing borrowing has freed me from debt anxiety. I don't owe anyone, and I'm not tied down by monthly payments. This approach has given me peace of mind, more control over my finances, and the freedom to make decisions based on my goals, not debt obligations. 7. Spend less than you make. This rule seems so basic, but it's one of the most powerful. I used to think that if I could just make more money, all my problems would be solved. But after a few years of making more money, I found myself still struggling to save anything substantial. Why? Because my spending habits had grown with my income. I wasn't spending wildly, but I also wasn't saving or investing as much as I could have. It took me a while to realize that it's not about how much I earn, it's about how much I keep. Once I accepted that, I started setting a monthly budget. I decided to live on a set percentage of my income and save or invest the rest. This one decision changed everything. Suddenly, I had extra money each month, and it felt empowering. I could use it to grow my emergency fund, invest in stocks, or put it into a side business. Now, I stick to the habit of spending less than I make. even when my income goes up. I've learned that true wealth doesn't come from earning a huge salary. It comes from consistently saving, investing, and living below my means. This approach has allowed me to build a safety net and work towards financial independence without feeling like I'm constantly chasing the next paycheck. 8. Have a ripcord budget. The idea of a ripcord budget might sound intense, but it's essentially an emergency plan for my finances. This was something I never thought I needed until I faced a sudden job loss early in my career. I had no backup plan and was living paycheck to paycheck, so losing my income was a huge wake-up call. I realized that if I wanted financial security, I needed to be prepared for the unexpected. Now, I keep at least 6 months of living expenses in a separate savings account just for emergencies. This buffer has been a game changer for me. Knowing that I have that safety net means I don't have to panic or make rush decisions if something goes wrong, like a sudden job change, a health emergency, or an unexpected expense. It gives me the confidence to take calculated risks, knowing I have a cushion to fall back on. Having a ripcord budget isn't about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared for whatever life throws my way. It gives me peace of mind and allows me to focus on building wealth rather than constantly worrying about financial surprises. This safety net has kept me grounded through ups and downs, allowing me to make decisions based on long-term goals, not short-term fears. 9. Create multiple income streams. I used to rely solely on my job for income, believing that if I worked hard, I'd always have financial security. But after experiencing layoffs and economic downturns, I realized that putting all my eggs in one basket was risky. I needed more than one source of income to feel truly secure and financially free. That's when I started exploring other income streams. I began with small steps, investing in the stock market, starting a side business, and exploring real estate. Each new source of income took effort and patience, but it paid off over time. Today I have several streams of income, and the sense of security it gives me is invaluable. If one stream slows down, I'm not left scrambling because I have others to rely on. Creating multiple income streams has taught me the power of diversification. It's allowed me to take on new opportunities without worrying that a single setback will derail my financial progress. Building these streams took time and a willingness to try new things, but the freedom and peace of mind they provide are worth every effort. I no longer feel like my financial security hinges on one paycheck, and that's an empowering feeling. 10. Build a personal P&L. For a long time, I thought a profit and loss P&L statement was just for businesses, but then a friend who was financially savvy suggested I apply the same concept to my personal finances. At first it sounded like overkill, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If I wanted to grow my wealth, I needed to have a clear understanding of what was coming in, what was going out, and what I was left with. So, I sat down and started tracking my income and expenses, just like a business would. I categorized my spending, set monthly goals, and calculated my profit, savings, at the end of each month. This process gave me a whole new level of clarity about my finances. I could see where I was overspending and where I could cut back. I also started setting specific savings and investment targets, which helped me stay accountable. Now, managing my finances with a personal P&L has become second nature. It's empowering to see my profits grow and to know exactly where I stand financially. This practice has helped me make better financial decisions, stay on top of my goals, and build a stronger foundation for wealth. Treating my finances like a business has been one of the most effective strategies for building long-term financial security. 11. Leverage compounding. When I first learned about the power of compounding, it felt almost magical. I'd always known that saving money was important, but it wasn't until I understood how compound interest works that I realized how powerful it could be. The idea that my money could grow exponentially just by being invested over time changed my whole approach to wealth building. I remember opening my first retirement account and starting with small, regular contributions. At first, the growth was slow, and I barely noticed a difference. But as the years went by, I started to see the compounding effect. My interest was earning interest, and that interest was growing on itself. Suddenly, what seemed like a modest investment was turning into something much larger. Now, I prioritize investing early and consistently. I contribute to my retirement account, my brokerage accounts, and other investments with a long-term perspective. I've learned that the earlier I start, the more time my money has to grow. Compounding has taught me patience and discipline. It's about playing the long game and letting time work in my favor. Looking at my growing investments today, I'm grateful that I committed to this approach early on. Compounding has shown me that small, steady contributions can lead to substantial wealth over time. It's one of the most powerful tools for building financial security, and it's as simple as starting early and staying consistent. 12. Define your why. For a while I thought building wealth was just about making more money, but as I worked harder and achieved more, I found myself wondering why I was doing it all. What was the point if I wasn't clear on what I wanted out of life? That's when I realized I needed a why, a purpose behind my goals that would drive me and keep me focused. I took time to reflect on what mattered most to me. I realized that my ultimate goal wasn't just financial freedom, but the freedom to spend time with family, pursue passions, and help others. My why became about creating a life where I didn't have to worry about money, so I could focus on the things that truly mattered to me. Knowing this changed everything. It wasn't just about accumulating wealth. It was about what that wealth would allow me to do. Today, whenever I feel unmotivated or frustrated, I go back to my why. It reminds me why I started this journey in the first place. Having a clear purpose has made every step more meaningful, and it helps me make financial decisions that align with my true goals. Defining my why has transformed wealth building from a task into a passion, because now every dollar I save or invest brings me closer to a life that fulfills me. 13. Money is a tool, not the goal. For years I made the mistake of thinking that money itself was the goal. I believed that if I just had enough money, I'd be happy and fulfilled. But after reaching a certain financial milestone, I found myself wondering, what's next? I had the money, but I still felt like something was missing. That's when I learned that money is a tool, not the goal. Money, I realized, is a means to an end. It can buy freedom, security, and the ability to pursue passions, but it doesn't define happiness or fulfillment. This shift in mindset changed how I approached my finances. Instead of obsessing over how much I had, I started focusing on what I could do with it. Could it allow me to spend more time with loved ones? Could it fund a project I'm passionate about? Could it give me peace of mind? Now, I see money as a resource to design the life I want. This perspective has made wealth building more rewarding because I'm not just accumulating money for the sake of it. I'm using it to create value in my life and in the lives of others. Understanding that money is a tool has freed me from financial stress and helped me focus on what truly matters. 14. Network is your net worth. Early in my career, I underestimated the power of a strong network. I thought that success was just about hard work and skills, but over time I realized that the people I surrounded myself with were just as important. One of my mentors once told me, "You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." And it struck a chord. I realized that if I wanted to grow, I needed to be around people who were also striving for success. Building a strong network has been transformative. I've met people who not only inspire me, but also challenge me to be better. My network has opened doors to opportunities I never would have found on my own. From new business ventures, to investment tips, to personal growth. Surrounding myself with driven, like-minded individuals has pushed me to aim higher and stay focused. Today, I make an effort to nurture my relationships and seek out connections with people who share my values and goals. I've learned that networking isn't just about knowing a lot of people. It's about building meaningful relationships that uplift and support each other. My network has become one of my most valuable assets, and I'm grateful for the doors it has opened and the growth it has inspired. 15. High tides rise all boats. I used to think that wealth building was a solo journey, but over time I realized that helping others succeed has been just as important as my own growth. I remember a time when I hesitated to train a colleague because I worried they might surpass me or leave. But then I heard a quote that changed my mindset. What if you don't train them and they stay? That's when I started embracing the idea that high tides rise all boats. If I can help the people around me grow, it creates a better environment for all of us. I've found that when I invest in others, whether by sharing knowledge, offering guidance, or supporting their goals, it comes back to me in unexpected ways. Their success doesn't take away from mine, it adds to it. Now, I approach wealth building with a team mindset. I support my peers, colleagues, and even friends in their pursuits, because I know that when they succeed, we all benefit. This mindset shift has not only strengthened my relationships, but also created a sense of community and shared success. Helping others reach their potential has been deeply rewarding and has added a new dimension to my own journey. 16. Invest in knowledge. One of the best decisions I made was to prioritize learning and personal development. Early in my career, I didn't see the value in spending money on courses, books, or seminars. I thought I already knew enough to succeed. But as I started seeing successful people around me, I realized that they all had one thing in common. They invested in knowledge. They were constantly learning, expanding their skills, and growing their expertise. The first time I spent money on a course, I hesitated. It felt like a lot, and I worried it might not pay off. But that course ended up teaching me skills that made me more valuable in my career. It opened doors I hadn't even considered before. I started reading books on finance, business, and personal development, and each one gave me new insights that helped me make better decisions. Now, I make it a point to set aside a portion of my income for learning. I see it as an investment in myself, one that continues to pay off in ways I never imagined. Every book, course, or seminar adds to my skill set and makes me a better decision maker. Investing in knowledge has been one of the most valuable steps in my wealth building journey, and it's something I plan to keep doing for life. 17. Analyze risk-return ratios. For a long time, I thought all investments were the same. Either they were good or bad. But over time I realized that each opportunity has its own risk and return profile, and understanding these ratios is key to making smart financial decisions. I remember one time I invested in a business idea without really evaluating the risks. I was caught up in the potential returns and didn't see the red flags. That investment didn't pan out, and I lost money. Since then, I've learned to approach every investment with a clear-eyed view of its risk-return ratio. I ask myself, what's the worst-case scenario, and am I prepared for it? I also consider the potential upside and whether it justifies the risk. Some investments, like stocks, offer high returns but come with higher risk, while others, like real estate, might offer moderate returns with lower risk. I've found that balancing these is key to building wealth without unnecessary stress. Now, I take time to analyze each investment carefully. I place my opportunities on a mental grid of high risk, high return to low risk, low return, and I choose based on my goals and tolerance. Understanding risk-return ratios has made me more strategic and helped me avoid impulsive decisions. It's given me the confidence to grow my wealth without taking on risks I'm not comfortable with. 18. Don't fear money. For a long time I had mixed feelings about money. I grew up hearing things like, money is the root of all evil, or rich people are greedy. These beliefs made me hesitant to pursue wealth, even though I wanted financial security. I found myself self-sabotaging, passing up opportunities, or feeling guilty whenever I earned more. It took me a while to realize that my relationship with money needed a serious shift. I started reading about money mindset, and one idea resonated with me. Money itself is neutral. It's how we use it that matters. That simple realization changed everything for me. I began to see money as a tool for good, a way to provide for my family, help others, and achieve my dreams. I stopped fearing money and started inviting it into my life with a positive mindset. Now, I see wealth as something that can amplify my values and purpose. I focus on creating a healthy, abundant relationship with money, free from guilt or negative beliefs. This shift has allowed me to grow my wealth without the mental blocks I used to have. Embracing money with a positive mindset has been a game changer, and I'm grateful every day for the freedom and opportunities it brings. 19. Pay yourself first. For years, I lived by the pay everyone else first mentality. Bills, obligations, even favors for friends, all of it came before my own financial needs. The problem was, by the time I got around to myself, there was rarely anything left. It felt like I was working hard, but getting nowhere financially. Then, I read about the concept of paying yourself first, and it clicked. I decided to make a simple change. Every time I got paid, I'd put a percentage into savings or investments before anything else. At first, it felt strange, like I was breaking some unspoken rule. But over time, it became a habit. By putting myself first, I started building a small but growing safety net. I began to feel more secure, knowing I was making progress toward my financial goals, no matter what else was going on. Now, paying myself first is a non-negotiable part of my budget. It's one of the most empowering habits I've developed, and it's helped me build real wealth. I no longer feel like I'm just working to make ends meet. I'm working to create a better future for myself. This habit has taught me the importance of prioritizing my own financial well-being and has given me the confidence to continue building my wealth. 20. Give to get. I used to think that giving away money was counterproductive to building wealth. After all, shouldn't I be saving and investing every penny to reach my goals faster? But over the years, I've realized that giving can actually be a powerful tool in wealth building. I remember the first time I donated a significant amount to a cause I cared about. It wasn't a huge amount, but it felt impactful, and the gratitude I received made me feel like I was part of something bigger. Since then, I've made giving a regular part of my financial plan, whether it's supporting charities, helping out a friend in need, or even giving my time to volunteer. I've found that giving enriches my life in ways that go beyond money. It brings a sense of purpose and connection, and it reminds me of why I'm building wealth in the first place, to make a positive impact. Interestingly, the more I give, the more opportunities seem to come my way. I don't know if it's karma, good energy, or just the power of generosity, but giving has opened doors and brought incredible people into my life. I've learned that wealth isn't just about what I accumulate, it's about what I contribute. Giving to get has become one of my most fulfilling principles, and it's one I plan to keep practicing as I continue my journey. Now that you've heard the 20 rules that transformed my financial life, it's your turn to put them into action. Remember, building wealth isn't about quick wins. It's about consistent, smart decisions that lead to long-term freedom. I hope these rules not only inspire you, but also give you practical steps to start creating the financial future you want. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights and strategies on building wealth, finding purpose, and living a fulfilling life. And, of course, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below with your thoughts, questions, or the rule that resonated with you the most. Let's start a conversation and help each other grow. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.